about Phil as a private person. Ulla, welcome. And
hello, good morning. I haven't rehearsed this, so it's a good thing we have a chair who keeps time, so kicks me out if I talk too much. I try to be brief. I just say that it's such a lovely thing you all have come here and can share this marvelous program today. And I'm so happy to see so many members of our family and dear friends I recognize and those I don't recognize, and maybe also people who are not so familiar with Phil's work. He achieved quite a lot and would have achieved much more if he had lived. Do I have to put it on somehow? Okay, technical problems. Well, this was deemed to happen, was it?
it's a good way to start the day.
Yes, if you may. Okay, this is, Phil was the eldest of three. There are his little brother Simon and little sister Katie. And they were living together in Margate with their father John and mother Jackie. Next, please. And there is this tradition in the family to be a lapsed Catholic and go to the Catholic school. So Phil went to St. Augustine, if I remember correctly, and he was still friends online with many of the former pupils. Next, please. And unfortunately, the ways of John and Jackie parted, but as a plus, Phil got two more siblings, Ben and now I suddenly got Ben and Ed, and they were a nice blended family, and we have everybody here except for Ben, who is somewhere nice and sunny, if I remember correctly. The next one. And here are the three siblings all together. Already looking very acknowledgeable.
Sorry, guys.
Yes.
All right.
We get there. And very, very formative period for Phil was his student days at Bradford. There is a talk about Bradford Mafia, and all those members know who they are. But that was 1980s, and he was doing scientific archaeology. He only managed the second degree because he fell ill just during the exams. But we all know how marvelous he was otherwise. And Phil didn't have family only here in Britain, but also in Canada. His maternal grandparents have moved there, and there is still a group of aunts and uncles and cousins over there. And there is Phil in one of his visits of Canada in Vancouver. And this is on the left-hand side is the first ever image of Phil at the archaeological excavation. It was on Jersey, where Phil's grandmother was living, and it's from 1985. And an image of his first graduation. But really transformative for Phil was his work abroad, both in Carthage, but even more so in Beirut. And I heard many stories from that period of time. And he also had many friends who are still here in this room today, who were kind of those friendships which were formed in Beirut and were kept up also in Saturday night Zoom sessions, which started during the lockdown but continued until Phil's demise. And I got to know Phil in 2003 when we were both at Cambridge. And we got together in 2004 and, well, we're together until his untimely death. And we had a big wedding, which is quite unlike me. But we wanted to have a big party, and sure it was. And apparently Phil remembered it afterwards of one of his happiest days. And we arrived, if I remember correctly, to the Imperial March from Star Wars and marched away to Indiana Jones theme. And then in his funeral, we reversed those songs so that he went away to Imperial March. And our honeymoon was big adventure through Europe on train from Leicester to Istanbul, and it started very badly. We kind of missed our train in London. But because it was honeymoon, they allowed us to enter the next train. And we have also worked together, so I went to Syria with Phil in 2008 and worked in Ras El Basid. But the most important moment in our life was the birth of our son Alex in March 2009. And Phil had a very special bond with Alex because I was working a lot in Sweden, in Stockholm, and were away for long periods of time. So they really bonded together in a special way. And here you see Alex on his first day of school on the right. We went there all together. And we did also work a little bit in Italy. Phil was my pottery specialist for Nepiservi. And this is the only photos I have him actually working. I never took photo in our garden shed. I really should have, but I didn't. And we also edited together this book, Forms of Dwelling, which probably has got worst review in the Journal of Archaeology in Cambridge, kind of basically saying that it's rubbish. And Phil's real love was sci-fi, and he was Whovian, and he was still, in the last night he was alive, he was ordering sci-fi books, so he didn't expect to leave us that early. And one of the things he also did, not many people know, that he was founding members of Greens in Charnwood. We have now kind of joined the other parties, and we are North Leicestershire Green Party, but he was really essential for the success of the party in Charnwood and the amount of councillors they have now in Borough Council. And then he was also supporting local business in Anstey. Because he was working always alone in the garden shed, he wanted to wind out a little bit, so he went to the local microbub and got a special friendship with the owner Stuart. And I still go there even if the owner has changed, but it's still the same nice regulars who kind of created a special atmosphere. And here is the whole British clan all together with Phil and John and Joe and all the siblings and partners. And there is Phil himself. I hope we make him proud today. That was all
Thank you so much, Ulla. That gives us a real feel for our friend today, and very, very pleased to see his life in a personal sense, in context, in that way. It's beautifully done. Thank you so much. We now turn to the latter part of Phil's education, formal education. Welcome David Mattingly from Leicester, who's going to talk about Phil as a PhD student. We don't have anyone from Bradford to give the prehistory of his higher education, although I've heard some stories. But David...
Well, like so many here, I was profoundly shaken by the news of Phil's sudden death last year, and I'm really grateful to Ulla for the suggestion that I might say a few words from my perspective as the lead supervisor of his PhD. Phil was quite a private person in many ways, and I have to say I've just learned an awful lot about his life from that last presentation. I first encountered Phil in 2001 when he, as he was approaching his mid-30s, he came to me to discuss the possibility of doing a PhD. He'd been working for some time at that stage as a professional digger and freelance find specialist, but his academic record up to that point was not especially encouraging. That 2-2 from Bradford that was mentioned, and no master's level degree. Now, that would normally elicit a polite no from university PGR programs, but fortunately, back in the early 2000s, prospective supervisors had a little more discretion in the decision-making of such cases. And I was intrigued by his initial email contact about wanting to do something with these two very large assemblages of Mediterranean ceramic building materials that he'd been recording and wondered if he might be able to do something with them in terms of turning them into a PhD. I knew, of course, that the sites he had worked at Carthage and Beirut were unusual for the quality of the stratigraphic work and the finds recording that had gone on there, and that these offered a real opportunity for someone to say interesting things about ceramic building materials, CBM, in terms of the ancient economy and the ancient supply of these cities. And I therefore agreed to meet him to discuss his ideas. Now, that first meeting was not an auspicious start. I've always tried to be an unintimidating and encouraging person in front of students. But Phil, when he came into my office, was extremely nervous. Anyone who knew Phil well would be aware that he could get very tongue-tied at such moments. And seemingly terrified to be sitting in the room with me, he struggled to discuss his ideas in more than monosyllabic terms for about an hour, despite my sort of constant encouragement of how he might try to persuade me this was a project that really needed to be done. Thankfully, with some follow-up emails and a more worked-through written proposal, in the end I could see enough to convince the school and, more importantly perhaps, the Leicester PGR admissions team that this was someone that we should take a chance with, and we accepted him as a student, with Ian Whitbread brought in as a second supervisor to help with the fabric analysis element of the project. It was a great decision in so many ways, as Phil grew in confidence and proved himself equal to the many challenges that a PhD project brings. What he achieved, he did through his own hard work, and I admired him hugely for that. In my short presentation, I propose to do two things. Firstly, I'll give a brief discussion of the research he did for the PhD, which exemplifies his subsequently well-recognised strengths as a finds person. I still regard his PhD as a model of what can be achieved through detailed study of seemingly unpromising material. I'll then conclude with a few personal recollections of Phil from that period at the end. So the PhD built on his professional expertise in ceramic building material and Roman pottery that he'd been developing through the 1990s, I think partly as a route to take him out of the trenches and into finds analysis. The thesis looks specifically at deposits from two major Mediterranean cities, Beirut and Carthage, where major stratigraphic excavations had taken place. His complete cataloguing of the CBM from a series of interventions at these sites was in itself a major achievement, representing the first time that CBM assemblages of any scale had been looked at in detail anywhere in the Mediterranean. The structure of the thesis was relatively straightforward. From the outset, Phil had a very clear justification of why he wanted to do the thesis. Quote from the abstract of the thesis: CBM is currently an understudied resource which can be present in large quantities on archaeological sites. A methodology for the excavation, sampling and study of CBM is proposed in order to maximise its contribution to knowledge about the ancient economy and cultural identity. The thesis, as executed, thoroughly reflects this and did exactly what it said on the tin. The initial issue for Phil when he came to Leicester with his data, his marvellous data, was how to operationalise them to form a PhD. And a frequent conversation during his first year focused on what he thought were the appropriate questions to address with the data and how he could apply the data to answering them. Ultimately, the research questions focused on economic implications of the importation and Mediterranean shipment of CBM, though some interesting ideas also emerged about social identities. The core of the thesis rests on huge work he had accomplished in cataloguing the CBM datasets. I don't have time to review all aspects of the work, so using Phil's original thesis figures and tables, I'll offer just a few quick pointers to this. The Carthage excavations in the Bir Masuda area of Dermesh lay at the heart of the ancient city, and deep excavations here spanned a very long chronology from the Punic, Roman and late antique periods. Although residuality did play a part in the presentation of CBM by site phase, Phil's expert analysis allowed the bulk of the material to be accurately assigned to phases and for changes over time to be apparent. The numbers at the bottom of the site give some sense of the scale of Phil's work here. The Beirut Souks excavation covered a large area at the centre of the city and a long chronology with high stratigraphic precision, allowing the sort of detailed analysis that Phil undertook. And once again, Phil's study ingested a truly staggering volume of CBM. As part of the PhD work, he made further trips. Some of the complexity of cataloguing different types of CBM are evident in this slide, with a stunningly wide range of slight variance in those flanges of large tegulae to be computed. Some of these even were chronologically meaningful. One of the interesting aspects of the work at Beirut especially was that there was a shift over time in the types of and colour of the tiles used on the roofs and the style of laying them that could be traced across the town. I'll come back to that in a little bit later. Phil's work initially used hand specimen fabric analysis to classify fabric groups. This partial selection of fabric samples from the two cities gives us a strong sense of the variety, plus I hope also a sense of the extraordinary aesthetic beauty of this material. No, I see a few blank faces out there, well, I think it takes a special sort of eye, and Phil had it, to see the possibility of this sort of material. As part of the PhD work, he made further trips to Carthage and Beirut to select samples of his initial fabric groups for a programme of thin section analysis, in which he was given training by Ian Whitbread. Analysis of these samples confirmed the visual fabric classes, but also enabled him to pin down much more closely some of the sources of local and imported CBM. And here's a couple more examples from Beirut. Now, I don't imagine you can read all the details on the tables, particularly at the speed that I'm travelling, but it became apparent as Phil's work progressed that there was a substantial amount of imported CBM at both Carthage and Beirut, especially in the early Roman period. And this raises very interesting questions about the economic activity behind the movement, as the long-distance transport of relatively cheap building materials does not at first sight seem very rational behaviour. This aspect of the work has in fact made an important contribution to our understanding of the economy of the Roman world, especially as regards debates about the nature of urban consumption and interregional trade. The thesis also considered how CBM may have been used in the development of urban form and cultural identity within such townscapes. At Beirut in particular, we can see a shift over time, not only in the style of roofing, from what's known as the Sicilian style, reflecting a Hellenistic tradition, to the Corinthian style, correlating with the establishment of a Roman colony and the arrival of new citizens alongside the established population. Both in public and private buildings, structures relating to the Roman colonia stood out from the Hellenistic predecessors by virtue of their red Corinthian tile roofs. In a similar way, at Carthage, for most of antiquity, both the bulk of domestic buildings were flat-roofed, and tiles were mainly used for public buildings. But what we see in the early Roman period is a rapid multiplication of the number of such red tile roofs, marking a significant change in the roofscape of the Roman colonia established over the ruins of Punic Carthage. At both of these harbour cities, the nature and the colour of the roofscape will have had a visual impact, particularly on anyone approaching the city from the sea. You'd have seen that variation in colour, and it will have sent messages. I can still vividly recall Phil's excitement when he made this breakthrough in his understanding of the sort of stories his fragments of CBM could tell. And I still think that these aspects of the PhD focused on the social identity display are just as important as the economic argument that even mundane ceramic building materials were widely transported between port cities in the Roman Empire. That was the moment, I think, that we both knew that the thesis would not just be a well-worked study of a particular artifact class, but that the material could really be made to speak of wider human behaviours and interactions. The main work of the thesis was published as a book, which stands, I think, as a model of how to do this sort of large-scale material study, and I thoroughly recommend it to anyone unfamiliar with it. Phil, of course, went on from his PhD to have a hugely successful career as a CBM and pottery find specialist, with over 40 publications to his name and countless grey literature reports on assemblages. And we'll hear a lot more, I think, about other aspects of his later work as today progresses. I've been fortunate enough to have supervised many PhD students during my career, but I have to say that Phil has always held a very special place for me. He raised his game so dramatically in the course of his studies, overcoming many challenges that the unorthodox route that he'd taken to starting a PhD had presented for him. So finally, a few personal memories of Phil. At the same time that the PhD marked Phil's journey to maturity as an archaeologist and find specialist, I also saw him flourish socially in the PGR community at Leicester. On our first encounters, he was a typical jobbing archaeologist in appearance, slightly dishevelled, scruffy, wild hair, but with a passionate intensity in his eyes when he was talking about the material. As he gained more self-confidence in himself during this period, he took on a more distinctive persona and style, such as his taste in bright and bold shirts that we're all observing and remembering today. He was at the beginning far from a good public presenter of his work when I first knew him. I remember sitting in on his first seminar that he gave, watching him in some discomfort, with a sort of startled rabbit in the headlights look, struggling to string words together, or leaning in on the microphone and deafening the people sitting in the front row. But as with so much, he quickly identified where he needed to improve and put in the work to do that, and he became a really competent and clear public presenter as well. Some students, I think, are lucky enough to have these sorts of gifts naturally or as a result of their educational opportunities. Now, as someone myself who's never been known perhaps for his own dress sense and has always had to work very hard to overcome performance nerves in public speaking, I sympathised with Phil, and I took real pride in his self-improvement. Phil's relationship with Leicester and myself continued over many years post-PhD as honorary fellow in the school and through his collaborations, for instance, with ULES. It was always a pleasure to see him around the school. Finally, I'm sure that something that will resonate with all who knew him was his quirky personality. I will never ever forget the joy of hearing his cackling laugh around the school, or his self-deprecating humour. But in the end, he was such a hard worker, not just through, I think, his keenness to fulfil his contractual obligations and get paid, but also because he was so patently delighted to be doing what he did, getting ceramic things to tell extraordinary stories. And now he's gone at far too young an age, but far beyond today's conference in his honour, he will not, I think, be forgotten. Thank you, Phil.
Thank you, David, again, for giving us a real perspective on Phil, both as an archaeologist and his academic contribution, but also as a person. And like you, I saw Phil sort of developing as an academic and a presenter in exciting ways through the period that I knew him. We're running ahead, but I'm going to carry on. And we're going to welcome Duncan Brown, who's given us Not Subliminal as the title, which is mysterious. And I look forward to hearing what you have to say, Duncan. Welcome.
Thank you, Martin. Yeah, I'll explain that in due course. Once Mark has got some slides up. That's the one. Yay. Right. Ooh. What a great day. Thank you very much to Jerry and Mark for inviting me to contribute. I would say that my initial encounter with Phil was similarly inauspicious. I was chair of the IFA, the Institute of Field Archaeologists, I think it was then, their special interest group for finds. When this arrived in my in tray, from Phil, although he hadn't actually put his name to it, suggestions for the proper treatment of finds. 6th of March, I think it was 2003, and it came from IFA Central, as we fondly refer to it, and with a request for me to comment. What it was a rather poorly constructed and badly written diatribe, aided by the infamous Chris Cumberpatch and Paul Blinkhorn, explaining what it was that the IFA was doing wrong about fines in general, and what it was that it ought to be doing instead. Oh, by the way, I'm peppering my talk, which mostly consists of words, with pictures of building materials. Just so if you're not interested in the words, then you might be interested in the building materials. If you're not interested in either, you're in the wrong room. The introduction, for a number of historical and methodological reasons. Finds tend not to be conceived or treated as part of the overall project. That's a point that the Finds Group had made on its formation in 1992, when we issued Guidelines for Finds Work, a document which seems to have eluded Phil and his collaborators, and nearly every other archaeologist in the country, it must be said, but of which the Finds Group Committee was quite proud in some way. I don't know how much of that you can read, but it goes on to say that there's lots of reasons why finds are ignored generally in British archaeology as part of the excavation process. A sort of trait that had occurred following what we might call the commercialisation of archaeology after PPG 16. Finds still seem to be a way of cutting corners in some projects. But I'm no longer chair of the Finds Group, so I can't do anything about it, and sadly, nor can Phil. He offered a load of headings, from training through planning authority conservators, registered archaeological organisations, recording, publication, archive research, and addressed the issues around his concerns with finds work under all those headings. I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but my reply to the chair of the IFA at the time, Deborah Williams, expressed my concerns I was unsparing, shall we say, in my response, and somewhat irritated that I hadn't actually been consulted by the authors of this document, or the Fines Group hadn't, before they sent it to the IFA. And I went through it almost line by line, deconstructing almost every argument, or putting forward reasons why we'd already actually considered this, or maybe this isn't something that has anything to do with the IFA at all. And then I was having written to Deborah, she then asked me to respond directly to Phil. An unenviable task which obviously she wasn't prepared to undertake. So I did it instead. And that was the right thing to do, because at the end of my reply to Phil, I said, if you really want to make a difference, why don't you join the committee of the IFA Fines Group? And that's what he did, because that's the sort of thing Phil did do. And from there, we had a flourishing partnership, I'd like to say, over a number of years. He finally succeeded me as chair of the Fines Group, and as I stepped down, and following, I think you took over from me, didn't you, Kate? And he took up a number of issues, some of which reflected his original document that he sent to me, and others which we shared together. So I'm going to run through those achievements and pay tribute, I hope, to Phil's wider influence as a proponent of Fines work. One thing he did, we worked on, was a Fines Group policy statement. This came directly really out of Phil's document that he sent to us. I'm not sure if he was chair at the time, but he would have been a contributor to it. We produced something, again, that the IFA broadly ignored, as they did tend to do with anything that relates to fines. But it was the first step, I think, on the way to acknowledging what Phil's concerns were, which I must say, despite my critical response to his document, I recognised that most of what he was saying was fair enough. I just thought we were addressing it in somewhat different ways, trying to work through the IFA rather than up against it. And he came to see the merit of that approach, as you'll see. So this is the first thing that we produced. Once Phil took over as chair, one thing he really was concerned about, once he became a freelance fines practitioner, was the lack of any formal contract between a freelance fines person and an employer. The normal way it works is for an archaeological contractor has excavated some stuff. It doesn't know what it is. It's been told that somebody needs to tell them what it is, and if possible to interpret it, but that's neither here nor there. And then so they find the contractor, they send them the stuff, the contractor writes a report and sends them the report, and then sends them the stuff back. For Phil, that was not really how it's supposed to work, partly because in his experience, sometimes the freelance fines person had to pay to return the stuff to the contractor. That's not good enough. Sometimes it took a long time to get paid by the contractor. Sometimes the contractor was not very forthcoming on the information required to deliver a proper fines report. Phil's standards were high. I think we all know that. And that's something most of us share in the fines world. And he saw that those standards were not being met. So he developed, with the Fines Group Committee, a contract for fines work, a model contract which he hoped the IFA would adopt. They didn't, obviously, and it never really got off the ground. And I think that's a lasting regret of mine, certainly, and it was for Phil too. And it's something that I think, if we really should honour his memory, we could revisit, because the situation hasn't really improved, in my experience. We did work with the IFA to produce the competence matrix, as they like to call it, a way of establishing where you sit within the fines hierarchy, that your level of experience and competence, and what you can justifiably describe yourself as within the grades of IFA membership, practitioner, associate and member, what you have to do as a fines practitioner to achieve each of those grades. I wouldn't bother trying to read those words. It's not very informative and it's probably out of date. But Phil was justifiably assiduous and proud, I think, of achieving that, because it's not an easy thing to do. Fines work covers such a broad range of activities, so to pin it down onto a single document, I think, is a rare feat. Then Phil stood down as chair of the fines group, and the people who took over led it in a somewhat different direction before resigning en masse at their AGM at the CIFA conference in Oxford. And I got a call from Phil saying, we're going to have to start it up again. You know, Phil, when he sort of sighed like that, I got that sort of vibe down the phone. This is my diary entry for July the 11th, 2012, IFA Fines Group, York. I'm not sure why we went to York, but it's a good place to go for any meeting. Phil convened an EGM of the Fines Group. Single-handedly, he raised that group back up from where it had descended. He brought together interested parties in a meeting that resolved to take over the group. Phil stood as chair again, and I as an ordinary committee member. And we carried on. That's testament to his durability and his obstinance, I think, and mine, perhaps, or at least my foolhardiness. And from there, we developed Project 3090. Phil always used to joke whenever we mentioned Project 3090. He said, whenever we were in a committee meeting, he said, right, now to Project 3090. And he adopted the persona of a Bond villain with a magic button. And Project 3090 was this poison gas. And the hood would descend over him and poison the rest of us. That was a typical Phil image. So Project 3090, bad luck, was an attempt to respond to a lot of sort of hearsay written that things hadn't really changed since Phil's initial approach to me through suggestions for the proper treatment of fines. We were still getting reports of issues with fines work out there in the wild of commercial archaeology. And we thought that the best way to approach this, by now I was working for Historic England, was to get HE to fund a project properly to assess the quality of fines reporting across England. And we employed Alice Catamole, who did a really good piece of work. How many of you are familiar with her report? A few, not enough. Go and find it, it's still online. There you are, there's the URL. It showed just how variable the quality of fines reporting can be. It showed how certain materials are better treated than others. How some people think that if you find worked stone, anyone can report on that. But if you find animal bone, you really do need a specialist. That sort of thing. A really good piece of work driven by Phil and to a lesser extent myself, but Phil really took it on. And he saw in that a real response to what he'd originally sent to the IFA all those years previously. We showed, for instance, that so we developed a list of criteria against which a fines report can be measured. Is there a mention of when the work was undertaken? Is it properly referenced? Are there drawings, etc., etc.? Are the materials properly categorised and classified and identified? And only 1% of the reports met more than 90% of those criteria, while 24% met less than 70% of the criteria. You can see how the numbers increase. So about 58% meet less than 60% of the criteria that we developed. And that was in 2017. So from there, we developed yes. That's where you can find it now on the IFA CIFA website. It's sort of in with professional archaeology documents. So it sort of slipped down the hierarchy a little bit, but that's understandable. It was a long time ago. It's still very valid. That led to the development of our toolkit for specialist reporting. By now, I think Phil had more or less stood down as chair and Louise Rain had taken over. And we developed this, again with HE funding, which is essentially a guide to how to produce a fines report. And this is something that directly came out of Project 7090. And I think we're all still think it's a rare achievement that we've got this far. And I credit Phil really with providing the impetus for this to happen. You don't really need me to tell you what's in it. Go and find it for yourselves. But it sort of covers, it provides a checklist. So the same checklist that we developed is now, has been modified to provide people who monitor the quality of fines reports with a tool to see how they meet those standards and those requirements. Oh, there it is, the advisory checklist. So, just to finish on a more personal note, by way of explanation for my title, I chaired, and well, actually, while I was still working with the fines group, we put together a session at the IFA conference in Edinburgh in 2006 on identity and material culture, with Phil offering, after Alison Sheridan's introduction, the first paper, Resistance is Flutile, which I think is a brilliant Philism. And Alison gave the introduction, which was full of the most fabulous objects to do with prehistoric identity and material culture. Gold and worked stone and more gold and jewellery and more gold. And then Phil was supposed to follow that. And I said, well, from the sublime to the subliminal, here is Phil Mills talking about ceramic building material. I'm not sure he really appreciated that, but we did speak about it quite a lot thereafter. The last time I spent any meaningful time with Phil was again in Edinburgh at the end of TAG there a couple of years ago, where we had a meal together once the conference had finished, and then went to the pub and put the world to rights once again. he was claiming he had to set off early the next morning to drive back to Leicestershire, so he couldn't have another pint, and then he had another pint. And it was a great evening, and we did chuckle about this. I often reminded him of it because I've never really warmed to building material myself, but Phil was the one who would convert you if anybody could. The paper he gave obviously was brilliant, and it did build on the work that we've just heard of from David about identity and trade in Beirut especially. So I think after all that, I hope you can agree that whatever Phil was, his contribution and his personality were never subliminal. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Duncan. Speaking for myself, that was a bit of a revelation. I had knew bits of Phil's sort of work on promoting standards, but it was really, really good to see that amazing contribution. And clearly we need to, all of us, continue to press ahead with that agenda that Phil was laying out. Jerry just came around and tapped me on the shoulder and said, if you've got some time, we can have a general questions or discussion on the contribution so far. We have got some time. I'm not sure whether there are any questions or comments that people want to make, or indeed people who aren't speaking who might want to say something about their intersection with Phil in the areas that we've been touching upon today. So, or am I looking at an audience that's saying, give me caffeine? I'm looking at an audience saying, give me caffeine. Jerry, do we want to stick to the timetable and come back at 12?
Yeah.
Yep, thanks. So coffee is next door where we were before. Thank you again to the 3 speakers up to now. Thank you. I'd, I'd like to restart. We were running well ahead of ourselves before coffee, and I don't want to be the person who lets it drift off to run behind time. So our first sort of post-coffee speaker, very warm welcome to Hilary Cool, who's going to do something slightly different.
Slightly different, yes. Now for something slightly different, yes. Right. Let's see. Long time since I've given a lecture. When Jerry asked me to speak today, I naturally was delighted to say yes, because I'd known Phil for many decades. The topics of the day, though, posed a problem. I'm not a POT or CBM person. The second suggestion, methods and standards, well, I can do that. Indeed, Mike and I first encountered Phil at CAA conferences, and that must have been back in the 1990s. But I didn't think you'd want to sit through hardcore statistics today. This left blue skies archaeology. As it happened, I was just completing a report on the vessel glass from the Sudan National Museum at Khartoum when Jerry asked me. Now, this ticked various boxes. Blue skies, of course, are further south than Phil worked. I also realised that one aspect of my glass report was wound up with the pottery vessels. And then when I reflected that this link was also involved beer drinking, then it was obvious that this was the topic I should do, because one of the places where we most frequently encountered Phil at conferences was at bars. But, of course, that probably says more about me and Mike than Phil. So, there we go. As I say, it's a long time since I've done this. Right. Now, I'd gone to Sudan in 1992 at the invitation of Lindsay Allison-Jones. The idea is that she'd do the small finds and I'd do the vessel glass to help provide some better dating for the Roman imports into the Kingdom of Meroe. That lies south of Egypt, the ancient Nubia area, and was a step too far even for Augustus to absorb into the Roman Empire. Sadly, the project died, and my records have lain in a dusty archive crate ever since. The civil war in Sudan has wreaked dreadful destruction on both the country and its inhabitants. In the spring of last year, it was known that the National Museum had been looted, the records destroyed, and the staff scattered. The British Museum had a long relationship with the Sudanese Antiquities Department, and it was realised that Lindsay and I probably had records that no longer existed in Khartoum, so we were asked to write them up. I'm going to talk about one aspect of this work. The book was to have been called something like Roman Imports in the Sudan National Museum, but currently the title is being debated, as some of the stuff I saw, I very much doubt, was made within the boundaries of the empire. The idea that the Meroe had its own blown glass industry is somewhat heretical. It's been suggested before, but the idea is normally shot down. I think in part this reflects the old idea that anything nice has to come from the centre and not the periphery. When I was doing work for my PhD, I noted the tendency to ascribe an Italian origin for any really nice piece of metalwork. Now, if it was only quite nice, it obviously came from Gaul. Romano British craftspeople were allowed to make the dross. Something similar can be detected within glass literature, only there Egypt tends to be preferred as the centre. Another problem is that the glass vessels of Meroe have tended to be studied by people who are Meroitic specialists and who have not had much exposure to the products of the Roman glass industries. As we all know, the more you see objects of the same type, the easier it becomes to spot something that's not quite right. For Meroitic sites, the blue-green prismatic bottles are a case in point. This is a ubiquitous form that is found across the empire from the late Neronian period to the 3rd century. They must have been made in their hundreds and hundreds of thousands. So it just seemed obvious that any example encountered in Meroe was Roman. The Roman bottles were blown into multi-piece moulds and almost invariably have moulded patterns on their bases. Some that are found on Meroitic sites can certainly be placed within the mainstream Roman production. This example from Coronach is a good example. It's well blown, it's blue-green, though you can't really see that because the contents are still inside it. It has a sharply moulded base, And the base design that it has of 5 circles and pelter angle mouldings is identical to those you find in Pompeii and Ercolano. But then we can consider the square bottle from a grave at Pharos. This is over 1/2 metre tall. This is an extraordinary height and possibly makes it the tallest one known. Normally they're about 1/3 of a metre at the most, and normally they're much smaller than that. Its irregular base possibly has traces of mouldings, but they're very indistinct, probably because of the great height. One is left questioning whether any competent glassblower in the Roman Empire would have attempted to manufacture such a vessel. By the time we get to the 2nd to 3rd century rectangular bottles, there are real problems. The Colchester one is what a Roman one should look like. It's blue-green, it's sharply angled, mould-blown body with a base design, and it has, or did have, 2 angular handles. Only the base of the second is there. The ones from the Meroitic sites have only 1 handle and no base mouldings. The Tanger Island one is the wrong colour, and that from Kerma is free-blown. If I got the Pharos bottle from a Roman site, I would think it unusual. If I got the rectangular bottles from a Roman site, I would be scratching my head and wondering what on earth was going on. It is as if a glassblower had once seen the form but was unclear precisely how it was made. By the mid-2nd century, it is very difficult indeed to think of a situation within the Roman Empire where a glassblower did not know the correct shape of a prismatic bottle or how to make one. The likelihood of a Meroitic glass industry by the later 2nd century becomes overwhelming when the vessels from Pyramid 8 at the West Cemetery at Sedenga are considered. This was an extraordinary group found by the Michele Schiff-Giorgione expedition in their final 69 to 70 season. The chamber had been looted, but in an undisturbed area, there were about 3,000 fragments coming from about 35 vessels that had been deliberately smashed during the funeral. The group is astonishing, and its importance was immediately recognised. For this reason, all but 1 vessel remained in Khartoum, and the normal process of division of the finds, half should have gone to Italy, was avoided. Unfortunately, the results of the final season were never fully published due to a catalogue of unfortunate events that weren't the responsibility of the excavators. This has meant that the complete group of vessels has never been published. If it had been, I think others too would have drawn similar conclusions to those I have. Now, the adult buried in this pyramid was certainly a person of power that could call upon considerable resources. They certainly included glass vessels imported from the Roman world. Those on the left here are ones that have an empire-wide distribution. The style of cutting on the right-hand vessel is one that's most commonly found in Egypt and Syria. Again and again, however, I was getting things that ranged from the unusual to the downright weird. There were fragments from 5 truncated conical colourless beakers that appear to have been a graded set. There's a reference in the museum records that says they were found stacked inside each other. It is thought it is a simple form. It ought to be easy to find parallels for this within the Roman world. Truncated conical beakers were in use throughout the Roman world at different times. It is in fact extremely difficult to find parallels. The Sedenga examples have wheel-cut lines, but the rim is fire-rounded, which would be an unusual combination for a product of the Roman industries. They each have a well-cut circular facet on their base, again unparalleled. If you are fire-rounding a rim, you need to be able to hold the rim in the mouth of the furnace. You normally do this by attaching a pontal iron to the base of the vessel. And then you can form the rim. And then you have to detach the vessel from the pontal, and this leaves a scar. Modern studio glassblowers always remove this. Roman glassblowers didn't bother. The facets on the bases of the beakers look like to me to be deliberate removal of the of pontal scars, which is an extremely un-Roman thing to do. There are other vessels in the Sedenga group which show this combination of basal facets and fire-rounded rims. They too have other features that are hard to parallel. Whoever was collecting the Sardinga glass liked vessels on stems. These are not unknown within the corpus of Roman glassware, but they're never very common. Sardinga has 2 stemmed handled cups. The one on the left is colourless and geometrically cut. This could be accepted as a Roman product, as the cutting pattern is one that you encounter on Egyptian and Syrian bowls. The one on the right, however, has a translucent purple body with all the other details in opaque white. I cannot stress enough how extremely unusual it would be to have any tablewares combining these 2 colours at this point in time. The colours were briefly experimented with in the early days of glassblowing and then discarded. But this vessel is not the only one at Sardinga to be made in these colours. There are simple carinated cylindrical cups in both colours and a purple hemispherical bowl with the unusual fire-rounded rim and central basal facet. 2 other stemmed vessels are the enamelled and gilded Osiris beakers with the Greek motto, "Drink may you live." Now, the form is okay for a Roman vessel of the late 2nd to 3rd century, but they would normally be colourless. They wouldn't be deep blue as here. This was another colour that was rarely used after the 1st century. Then there is the scene depicted, Osiris receiving offerings from attendants. Now, Egyptian, you say, but Osiris was central to Meroitic funerary ritual at this time in a way that I don't think he was in Egypt at that time. And also, the way in which the male attendants are dressed are a specifically Nubian way to depict them. In fact, the more you look at these vessels in detail, the stranger they become from a Roman glass specialist's point of view. I could have given an entire lecture on them, but we need to move on. The final pair of vessels I want to discuss are these. Again, in purple glass, and a form that just does not exist in the Roman world. I've decided to call them demijohns, as there's no word in a Roman specialist lexicon to describe the form. They're very large for a glass vessel. They're 1/4 of a metre tall and wide. They have a double row of facets on the shoulder, which makes no sense at all on a purple vessel. As you can see in the picture, the facets just show as dulled patches. Now, you facet cut colourless glass so it can reflect and reflect the light to make it sparkle. It can't do that on purple glass. These demijohns are direct imitation of a very common Meroitic pottery form known as a beer jar in English. They are the same size, the faceting is in the same position, and of a pattern that is often found painted on the ceramic ones, and even the colour, dark and appearing opaque in reflected light, would mimic pottery. Now, doing the cartoon glass has involved me in looking at a great number of Meroitic cemetery reports, and it suddenly dawned on me that amongst the Sardinga glass group was the classic grouping in pottery of beer jar with its cup inverted over the neck that was so frequently found in graves. Here are examples in a undisturbed grave from more recent French excavations at Sardinga. You should be able to. I should be. Yes, there we go. There you are. Cups on the beer jars, and they're there as well. Now, sometimes these pottery sets are made to match. Now, I have to say, I consider Meroitic pottery to be glorious, and to my mind it knocks Roman pottery for 6. At Sardinga, I had purple demijohns with their matching purple cups, again imitating the standard Meroitic pottery cup shapes. Here I've mocked up how they would have worked, alongside the painted set from an undisturbed grave at Corannog. As I've said, it's not the fashion to believe that Meroe had a vessel glass industry. For oddities like the prismatic bottles, people can occasionally grudgingly be brought to say, well, maybe there might have been a little, but it doesn't count. For things like the unusual and frequently unique vessels of Sardinga, some of which I've shown you here, explanations such as special commissions are brought into play. The assumption appears to be that it was a sort of mail order where you sent your requirements off to Egypt and after a while they were delivered, or possibly a skilled craftsman or two were sent. But as I've shown again and again, there are elements in the group, colour, ways of working, that cannot be paralleled in the extensive Roman glass industries. It seems to me that the easiest way to explain this is that Meroitic craftspeople were developing their own glass blowing industry. After all, the demijohns and the matching cups were serving a Meroitic need. They're for beer serving and for beer drinking. There is nothing like them known in the Egyptian assemblages. You also have to remember that what was being requested via this mail order theory was entirely outside the normal Roman production processes. There is nothing like the group of beakers clearly made as a set in the Roman world. Both the largest and smallest fall outside the normal range of Roman, the ones we do have in the Roman ways. There can be no doubt that the Meroitic high-temperature craftsmen and craftswomen who made the handmade pottery were extremely skilled. As I say, to me, my eyes, the pottery is wonderful. The wheel throne is thin-walled, slipped, painted. The handmade, glossy and elegant. It's a joy to the eye, and I expect also a joy to use. Glass vessels were being blown in Roman London in the late 60s to early 70s. This is the same period when blown glass was reaching Nubia. If London can have a blown glass industry at that time, why not consider whether the people at Meroe might have eyed up this new technique and wondered if they too could do something similar? But that's a case for Meroitic scholars to argue over. Given that you've patiently sat through pictures of glass, and I know most of you are pot people, I leave you with these lovely Meroitic pots and urge you, if you're ever in a museum with a collection, to go and make a detour and go and look at some. Many of the major museums have collections, but alas, I suspect the Sudan National Museum, which did, no longer does. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Hilary. As he was such an enthusiast for archaeological artefacts, I'm sure that presentation and the ideas in it would have greatly appealed to Phil. And combining that with beer jars is absolutely perfect. Thank you so much, Hilary. We continue with the sort of finds analysis sorts of themes, and I'm greatly pleased to welcome Colin Wallace to come and talk to us on sorting pottery in the dark, how I met Phil Mills and was led to the light. Colin.
Thank you. We're back to the biographical and autobiographical. Summer 2001 it is, and I was the most junior of the 3 junior Roman pottery specialists on the University of Nottingham's Transition to Late Antiquity project in northern Bulgaria. The site buses left for the current excavations at a late to latest Roman site called Duchen before dawn. So all of us on the project got up in the darkness and milled around in the village centre. But while the diggers and the site staff reached their destination by bus, as the sun came up, we specialists had just a short walk to in the gloom to the semi-ruined, largely electricity-free dig village from the 1980s, hence sorting pottery in the dark until the sun came up for us. A handy metaphor today, as well as my reality in 2001. For the other 2 junior specialists were Ray McBride, who's here today, and Phil Mills, who was not yet Dr. Mills. Phil and I were roughly comparable to a point. We were both out of the archaeology departments of the universities of central Britain in the 1980s. Lordly Durham, focused in different ways, Sheffield and York, Spartan Bradford, and rough as a badger's Newcastle. We're both out of the English unit system at the same time. One of us was a star, and it wasn't Captain Analog here, who was struggling with a book and darkness in Bulgaria, while Phil worked away on a laptop with a built-in light. But enough of me. What of Phil Mills? Right, am I doing the right thing? Yes, whoops. If I was writing him up for a biographical dictionary of Romano-British archaeologists, a first draft would look something like the following slides. So we have him born, studying in a particular place, in a particular tradition of archaeological education, but also doing work in computer science, working as a field archaeologist, a jobbing excavator on various sites in Britain, but also, because he's Phil, because he went to Bradford, in Europe as well. So excavations and projects in Czechoslovakia and Holland. Oops, wrong way, sorry. As we've heard, he worked on various excavations in the Med from 1995 onwards, and that gave him, helped create the distinctive Phil Mills that we all knew and loved. So Beirut, as we've heard, Carthage and Carthage again. At the same time as he became a field archaeologist on a more permanent basis for a unit in Lincolnshire in the late 90s to 2000. So these are the two strands of these working in the 1990s. Yeah, all right, okay. Time I encountered him, he'd been a freelance specialist since 2000, working on CBM of all periods and on Roman pottery at the same time, especially, in his own words, the cataloguing and coding of Roman pottery assemblages and related tasks for the production of specialist assessment and analysis reports. Work in the UK and across the Central Roman world, Turkey, Lebanon, Bulgaria, as I've said, Syria, as Dr. Rajala mentioned, Tunisia, obviously, and Italy. He was a key participant in the English Heritage Roman Pottery Specialist Trainee Programme at the University of Cambridge in 2003 to 2004, so that from which came projects he contributed to, like the Hayton Roman Pottery Report, and a long-term collaborator with one of our organisers today, Jerry Evans, for example, helping bringing out the long-awaited Horning Sea and More report. Right. Okay. And as we've heard from Professor Mattingly, his University of Leicester PhD, but as well as his contribution to the synthetic literature on the Mediterranean CBM world, there's also his great paper in one of Luc Levin's late antique archaeology volumes on the supply and distribution of ceramic material in Roman Britain. He was, as we heard, husband of the classical archaeologist Ulla Rajala, and through her was working on both the theoretical frameworks for the study of landscapes, i.e. taskscapes, and in detail the concept of the ceramicene, pottery analysis, especially the functional, on the hinterlands of Roman urban centres, brought together in their tag session published, as we saw, in the 2017 Forms of Dwelling report, with its unjustly critical review in the Cambridge Archaeological Journal. As we heard from Duncan, he gave long service to the Chartered Institute for Archaeologists, whose name I've managed to misspell. Duncan has stressed how some of that came about. I was there slightly, I had contact with him slightly earlier, so I was exposed to his distinctive views on the finds group of the IFA. But that's the third tradition of Phil's. Okay, if we flash back to 2001, when I met him, I was wrestling with the difficulties of recording a series of field walking assemblages. Roman Bulgarian field walking assemblages, that is. So nothing like those I'd been used to back home in Essex. These Bulgarian ones were almost in as good a condition as excavated site groups. In the literal dark, and it helped a bit that the pottery was mostly orange until the sun came up, and also the metaphorical one. I was working with a published local type series, which wasn't really a type series for use by anyone, as I was accustomed to. What it really was a way of filling up a space in a published report, and rather understructured. So I had literal darkness, metaphorical darkness. With these challenges to my practice as a ceramic specialist, it was very good to have Phil as a sounding board and critical friend, sceptical friend, a true colleague and example. He wouldn't accept just any old guff and bluff from me. Beneath the giggles and the occasional accident proneness, a sharp, modern mind played seriously. We reached an accommodation on his terms when we worked together in our dark barrack room in the dig village. He allowed me to indulge in the conceit that we were roughly comparable, while making me think and taking me with him on his terms. For he brought a firmness of purpose, both to the particular project we were working on and in his commitment to professional standards in archaeology, as we've heard from Duncan, seen through his service to the CIFA, Study Group for Roman Pottery, and so on. 20 years ago now. That last bit, the professional standards, is part of his legacy, along with the hard work ensuring that the top-notch cataloguing and coding of Roman pottery and assemblages and related tasks for the production of specialist assessment and analysis reports, living up to Jerry Evans' example. As a sometime Roman pottery specialist, I would say that, wouldn't I? But it is not always easy to get the boring fundamentals absolutely and safely right, while not losing sight of the wider, interesting landscape. Linking the study of CBM, the ultimate bulk find, and Roman pottery was Phil's serious Bradfordian commitment to high standards of recording in the service of comparison and analysis, like the Taskapes work and the PhD that we've heard about. Along with his publications, some of his other archaeological offspring are from the Roman Pottery Specialist Trainee Programme. Back in Bulgaria in 2001, the sun came up. I got the recording of the field walking assemblages done, had a good time, and learnt a lot as an archaeologist. Sadly, I turned out to be on my way out of formal Roman pottery studies, so I never got the full value from the challenges to my practice. But more importantly, Phil Mills was definitely in the ascendant, as we've heard and will continue to hear today, in the best way possible, and I am very glad that I knew him. He did take bets on whether or not I'd nod off on one of the site buses we used for a seaside jolly to Varna and fall to my injury/death out of the open door, but I think we can all forgive him. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. The idea of sorting pottery in the dark is one that I think sums up many people's sort of attitudes to finds, and it's fascinating to hear your recollections of Phil in that context. Well, we now welcome another CBM aficionado, Peter Werry. Peter's going to talk to us on the Brandia tilery. Peter.
Thank you, Martin. Good morning. Phil and I were part of the second wave of CBM specialists. In the mid-80s, Gerald Brodrib, Alan McWhirr and Ian Betts all got their PhDs. And then there was a dark age for 20 years and nobody did anything more. It had all been done. And then in 2005, Phil and I produced our PhDs actually almost within a month of each other. So it's really good to be here, and I think you'd have been very interested in some of the stuff that we got. Now I'm going to be talking about the Brandia tile kiln, or 3 kilns, 9 drains and 218 stamped tiles. And I should have said 9.5 tons of CBM, for those of you who measure these things in those sorts of way. Now, those of you who studied anywhere near CBM will know that Minety is the source of all the stamped tiles. And there's a huge tilery with 10 kilns and stamped tiles, and there's relief pattern tiles, and so on. Not so. Not so. And I hope I will convince you of that by the end of this talk. So the actual source of the stamped tiles, I don't know, has this got a light on it or not? Do we know? Oh well. It had the actual source of the stamped tiles at the bottom in red, which is Brandia, which is about two miles east of Oaksey Park, which Oaksey Park is the Minety kiln that was written up by Anthony Scammell, and which is the source of all of the comments about 10 kilns and so on. Scammell actually wrote a report which was unpublished and which re-emerged out of the archives of the Devizes Museum in Sarah Maenchen's PhD. And when you read that, you discover that there weren't 10 kilns, and you discover there weren't any stamped tiles in the kiln. And all of the stamped tiles probably come from Brandia, which is at the bottom of the map. And there's a very nice direct path all the way up to Cirencester, right to the gate, actually. And what's even better is the path goes no further. So it comes down to Brandia, and that's it. So sort of reinforcing that proposition. So we've got 3 kilns. But before I look at our particular kilns, just some general introduction to tile kilns. This is a reconstruction of our best tile kiln. And the only thing I want to say on that, it's very large. And particularly for anybody who does pottery, it's extremely large. And the way these tile kilns worked was, if we look at the left-hand side, you've got and this is probably familiar to most people, you've got a combustion chamber underneath with some cross walls and cross flues, and you may or may not have a tiled floor to the firing chamber above. And above the firing chamber would have been some sort of superstructure, which normally was done with turf and that sort of stuff. So that's what they looked like. This is what ours looked like. On the left, you've got the actual sort of composite drone picture, and on the right is the what that actually shows you. So the green in the middle is the first kiln, and that is probably 1st century. We've really only got the end of the kiln, but that is the first kiln. The second kiln is the one in blue at the bottom, very little of that, and the third kiln is the orange towards the top, where we've got a lot more. If we look at what's left of the first kiln, this is what we call kiln A. We've actually got 5 cross walls and 5 cross flues, and probably there were about 10 originally. It's mostly destroyed by the other kilns that came afterwards. This is all that is left of the second kiln, which is probably 2nd century. And it was comprehensively robbed, and my suspicion is it was robbed to build the third kiln, either in the first or second phase of the third kiln, because it's so cleanly robbed out. But there was a rubber pit above it as well, so it may have been later activity. All that's left is some heavily vitrified tiles right at the back. And then we have the third kiln, which is much better preserved, but only on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, again, very comprehensively robbed out. It's a very big kiln, as you saw. It is actually the second largest kiln, a civilian kiln that's been excavated. Only Eccles is bigger. It's twice the size of Little London that supplied Silchester. So it's very big. We only have about the bottom metre. It's heavily truncated by medieval ridge and furrow. So we don't actually have anything of the even the start of the cross walls. So we're although we've got a metre there, there's quite a lot more that is missing. And I don't know if you look down the central flue going up, just if you look at the sides of it, you can probably see that this kiln is relined on both sides, particularly towards the top. The original lining has been removed, chiselled out, obviously highly fragmented and heavily vitrified tiles, and replaced. So what we see here is the second phase, and all the other features in it are second phase. I shouldn't leave the kilns without just showing you this, which is the rakings pit. So this lies just to the south, which is the bottom of the below the other kilns, and this was, we put in a slot that was 8 metres by 2 metres by 2 metres. This is the slot after the deluge, when the walls collapsed. The chap who is standing there is 6'3". So it was very big, but more than that, it was absolutely stuffed full of tiles, and these tiles and charcoal. These were the rakings, and they were the rakings of the first 2 kilns, because there are items that are in there that are not elsewhere. So we have lots of stamped tiles with TPF in there. We don't have any stamped tiles with LHS in there. And there's lots of other things that similarly like that. So this is stratigraphically very helpful to us to know what was going on. Now, before I leave the kilns to show you some of the things we got out, it's worth just looking at these 2 pieces. So these are, one on the left is a perforated tile, which was the floor of the kiln, the firing chamber floor. You might expect to see quite a lot of those, but you don't. In fact, floors from kilns are extremely rare. And this is the only example of a perforated floor tile with actually circular holes in it. There is one other civilian kiln that has got sort of 2-part tiles to create squares, but very, very rare. And that was not found. We had several pieces of that. They were not found in the rakings pit. So we know those are associated with the 3rd kiln. So this is a later development. On the right is what we believe is a spy hole for judging the temperature of the kiln. So this is was deliberately formed a hole to look inside to see the colour of the load and judge how far through the firing process we were. So those are nice things. The other thing we found, and please put up your hands if you've ever seen one of these before, is what I call a T-spacer. And we found 26 of these. I believe they were probably used, firstly, for separating tiles. So if you had tiles standing up in the kiln, you put one of these in between the upright tiles to act as a spacer and also to form a base for the next layer of tiles that were going to go on top. And again, those are only associated with the third phase. So these are later. So we've got two sort of developments of becoming a slightly more sophisticated, perhaps, kiln. And this probably in the late 2nd, early 3rd century. Now, the drains are perhaps the most unusual feature of this tiling. Drains, you might think, would be a regular feature of kilns, particularly when they're dug into clay, and particularly when all of the combustion chambers are below the ground working surface, because the trick with a tile kiln was to load it at ground level. So you have the floor of the firing chamber at ground level, so you can just walk the tiles in and walk the tiles out. So you've got all of these subterranean combustion chambers, very, very few drains. In fact, in Alan McWhirr's survey of kilns, only 8 of the 34 civilian tile kilns he looked at actually had any drains. 5 of them were gullies, which may or may not have included imbrices, and 3 of them were box flues. And never, well, there was only one kiln that possibly had more than one drain, but the report is not very clear as to what they were. At Brandia, we have 9. Actually, I could argue for 10. So this is very, very odd. And so we'll have a look at these kilns, at these drains. So this is actually looking southwards. So that's, I should have said on the original pictures, north was at the top and south was at the bottom. So we're low level here, moving higher level up there, just so the water is draining out of the bottom of the picture. On the right, we have a nice culvert. This is the only culvert discovered on any Romano-British drain, Romano-British kiln, bizarrely enough. And on the left is the box flue drain, with purpose-made box flues because they don't have any vents in, which is slightly unusual because all the other ones that I've seen have actually been completed box flue tiles with vents. And you can see in the background a couple, one obvious Imbrex drain on the left-hand side. In fact, there's another one behind it. Just looking more closely at these Imbrex drains, the one on the left is the drain in the third kiln, running down the centre of the central flue. Every one of those imbrices is stamped with TPFP, all with the same state of that stamp, so they're all done at the same time. And the one on the right is a drain that was coming down from the higher level into the stoke hole, so taking the water away from a higher level to stop it going directly into the stoke hole. And again, that has a couple of stamped tiles in them, and they are the same stamp as the ones in the flue there. So we can see that those two things were probably done at the same time. And to take that a little bit further, here is a different sort of arrangement. This is coming out of the second kiln. We've got a pipe, the only pipe ever discovered on a Romano-British kiln. It's feeding into, in fact, it's feeding into the same culvert drain that I showed you on the first picture of these things. So that's very nice. And you can probably see actually going diagonally across the of that side, you can see the remnants of another culverted drain going under the kiln. So just to summarise the drains, and this is where I really did need a pointer, but Okay, so starting at the bottom, and this will be very difficult to see. Well, actually, let me say there are 4 drains made of imbrices here. So at the top, you can see one coming out of the kiln. You can see one going diagonally down to join what is the box flue arrangement. There's another earlier one coming down directly to join up with the one coming out of the kiln. And then in the very first kiln, and very difficult to see, there are the remnants of an imbrex drain in that one. My suspicion is there are 2 further imbrex drains, but we don't have the evidence for them. There are 3 culverts, in fact, the one that you've seen, and then there is one going straight up the page, and then there's a third one towards the bottom going in, which we don't understand. There is the pipe, there is the box. So that is 9 drains, which is quite unusual. And then there are 218 stamped tiles that we retrieved. That is extremely unusual. They were either stamped TPF, TPFA, TPFB, TPFC, TPFP, and LHS. For those of you who might want to know, we did not discover TPFD, TPFE, or anything else in between C and P. They appear in lots of different dyes. And those are our reassessed number of dyes. There's a wonderful volume of Roman inscriptions of Britain that has all of these things in, but they need to be updated for what we found. And the LHS ones come in a range of sizes from little to big at the top. In terms of numbers, this is a pie chart. The red and the orange, the pie chart is of all the non-military stamped tiles that have been discovered in Britain. The orange and the red are the ones found in Gloucestershire. The blue and the green are the rest of the country. Gloucestershire really is, something was happening there. The red ones are ones that were stamped in Gloucester with RPG and the names of town councillors, unique in the Roman world, for what it's worth. And the RPG probably stood for Res Publica Gileventium, so product of the town council or whatever you want to call it. I believe, given the association that we have with the TPF stamp tiles, which are predominantly found in Cirencester, that the TPF tiles were also civilian, were for civic purposes, primarily civic purposes, and the TPF could have stood for something like Tegularia Publicae Facerunt, so made in the public tile kilns, implicitly, of Cirencester. We have 218 of these from the Brandia kiln. There are at most 5 stamped tiles found associated with the original Minety Oaksey Park kiln. All of those were field walking. And I think the answer that I would draw from that is clear. There are also some other interesting finds. The first one is, don't know how that's happened, but the top row these are relief patterned tiles, which for CBM specialists are wonderful objects because they have very recognisable dyes. These are tiles where the combing has been put on with a roller, and they are very distinct, and there are about 100 different ones of these rollers, and actually they're found pretty much over the core of Roman Britain. It is an object of great interest because they travel a long distance, and where were they made? and it is known that they were made at Oaksey Park, the original mine team, or it is believed they were made in there. Now, at Brandia, the top ones, we also have them. We have actually 6 of the what is Di 92 on the left-hand side, and 1 possible, but unfortunately wasn't able to do the tile disintegrated before I was actually able to fully inspect it, of Di 56. At Oaksey Park, they have 2 of the Di 92 and 4 of the Di 56. Not many. Together, if you put them all together, that's less, well, not much more than a kilogram of CBM, not much more than 1/4 of a flue tile. So it's not a great lot of evidence to build an industry on. But if you were to try and build an industry on it, the tiles at Brandia are directly associated with the kiln, because they are primarily found in the rakings pit, which is clearly the rake out from the kiln, whereas the Brandia ones were again field walking, apart from one which was actually found quite close to the kiln. But I suspect possibly they weren't made at either Brandia or Oaksey Park, but if they were, my money's on Brandia. And then I'd like to move on to this object. This is the bottom bit of a tegula, which is one of the roof tiles. It's stamped TPFP. We're missing the left-hand side, of the flange on the left-hand side. But we know how wide that would have been. That is actually the second widest tile found in Roman Britain. And to give you an idea why it's so exceptional, this is the a scattergram of the length and widths of all the complete Roman roof tiles found in Britain. There are about 500 there. The concentration on the left-hand side are typically civilian, and the concentration at the top right are typically legionary. And then you have one on the extreme right, which is one from Silchester, which has to have been used for ceremonial purposes. It's too big to have worked as a tile, and it's got no mates. You need tiles the same size to go on a roof. There's nothing comparable to it. We don't have, obviously, the height of that tile that I showed you from Brandia, but the red line is the width, and as you can see, it is also on the extreme right. So my guess is that that is also ceremonial. It's completely it's 50% larger than any other tile from Brandia, and my guess is it's ceremonial. For those of you who've read Brodribb's book on CBM, he draws parallel. He says the largest tegulae he saw was at Paestum in Italy, and those came from a tomb right at the centre of the town. It was a symbolic kiln because the guy was buried outside, but it was something that would have been in their equivalent of a forum, and that's what I suspect these things were used for. And then, just something interesting again. For those, only the CBM specialists will be into this nerdy thing. This is an armchair voussoir, and it's used for making a system of vaulting with alternating solid and hollow ribs. It's a very rare thing in Roman Britain. It's quite common in Roman France and Spain. Very rare in Italy, for what it's worth. And they're normally associated with military or civic buildings, and they're 1st century or early 2nd century. That's sort of where we start. That we actually found 23 pieces of these, and they all come from the 3rd kiln, which we think is late 2nd, early 3rd century. So that's very interesting of itself, for me. What some of you might find slightly more interesting is this. This is a picture, as you can see, it's just below the plough soil. And the circles show three armature voussoirs, rare in themselves, laid flat in a line, lying on recycled material, which is unusual. So, my summary. We were in production from the 1st to the mid-3rd century. Brandy has the greatest number of stamps of any Romano-British kiln. Oaksey Park was not the source of the TPF stamps and may have produced some LHS, but probably not. Brandy has a better claim to be the relief pattern source than Oaksey Park, but it's probably neither. There's no TPFDs and no TPFEs. There's a surprising range of products, and it must have been very wet. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Given Phil's enthusiasm for CBM, that was a real feast. So thank you so much. And I must just insert a personal recollection here. When I was in the sixth form, I dug with Alan McQuarrie in Cirencester Insula 12, and the number of those TPF and LHS tiles that we pulled out in that excavation. They don't match yours, but I remember them being a distinct feature of my youth, so great. We've got 5 minutes or so if there are any questions or comments for our three speakers. Colin.
Question for Peter. How did you come upon that site?
That's a good question. We were actually trying to research Oaksey Park and the original 90, and we couldn't get it. The landowner wouldn't even allow us to do any geophysics. So we looked around, and there's a 2010 report from the landowner of the Brandy site saying there's a lump on his ground in his field, and there's tiles there. So we went and did some geophys, and indeed it looked very promising. We, Cotswold Archaeology put together a community dig and dug it in 22, 23 and 24. And now desperately trying to finish the non-part.
Thanks. Any other contributions? No? Great. Steve.
Well, I'll say something. I mean, it's a very moving day today, and I think people are touched and saddened. But it's really important to celebrate, the achievements of Phil. And my goodness, he did a heck of a lot of work in a relatively short career, and but also the service he gave as well. And he really meant it. He was really sincere in these causes, and he gave up all that time, as a father as well to the family. So he achieved so much, and he touched us. And it's obviously very poignant that we're here today for this gathering. But I think probably the aspects I've articulated now are really kind of a summary of what we probably have all felt this morning. That he achieved so much, he gave so much, and inspired, and he was thoroughly sincere. He cared for our subject, and he spread that and inspired people. And that's really why we're celebrating what he achieved.
Yeah. Thanks, Steve. That's. With that, can I suggest that we break for lunch? We need to be back here at 13:45, it says on my piece of paper. Is that correct, Jerry?
Well, yeah.
Man's in charge. Okay, lunch next door. Thanks.
afternoon, although there will be a bit of juggling between Martin and myself of necessity. Anyway, not to waste any time, I'd like to introduce Kevin Butcher, who's going to be talking to us about the afterlife of coins, as it says on the screen. So over to you, Kevin, please.
Thanks, Pete. Oh, it's disappeared. Oh, there we are. Okay. Well, I first got to know Phil in the 1990s in Beirut. I also got to know Jerry the first time in the 1990s in Beirut. And, well, apart from his interest in CBM and ceramics more generally, he also had, as we all know, an interest in the ancient economy more generally. And he very kindly agreed to teach some of my classes for my Roman economy module at Warwick. And, well, sometimes our conversations strayed into the subject, but quite often the thing I do tend to remember Phil as a friend for are conversations about how to get our hands on rare Doctor Who episodes. Or, is that going to work? No. That? Ah, there we are. Or obscure and dreadful Fu Manchu movies. And I suppose some of you in the audience will no doubt remember those particular video evenings that used to be hosted by Phil in his house in Anstey. Anyway, so initially when Jerry approached me about contributing to this conference, he did suggest that maybe I could talk about Phil and Beirut, but I realised that Ruben Thorpe was going to be giving a talk on that subject, but now he's not actually here to give the talk. But I was instead going to pursue something else to do with coins. Yes, that might be expected from me. And I thought of a topic that was the kind of thing that Phil might have found quite interesting. And by that, I don't mean Fu Manchu. The original title was A Disciplinary Potential, and it was going to be about how small change, far from being a liberating economic force for those who used it, simply reinforced systems of dependence, allowing the wealthy to exploit the poor. But I soon realised that I actually didn't really have the time to research this properly within the time frame, so I opted for a related topic, which has been kind of obsessing me recently, and I think this still would have appealed to Phil. And I'll begin with an image from the PAS database of a coin. There's a description of it. Okay, it's an unstratified find, so maybe we shouldn't pay much attention to it. But simply put, this coin is in the wrong place. We shouldn't expect an Egyptian tetradrachm to be found in Britain. And when we get reports of coins like this, or even more exotic finds, such as the 4th century Roman coins found in excavations of a 17th century fortress in Japan, the go-to explanation is that they are curios or collector's pieces, which somehow ended up where they were found, in this case in a garden. There's certainly not evidence of patterns of circulation in ancient times. However, there is another explanation for their presence, one which supplements the curio explanation and which I think in many cases is better, and which is the product of an environment that I was dimly aware of until recently but hadn't really given it much thought. Much of the evidence is anecdotal, and therefore it's quite difficult to piece together, and as far as I can see nobody's really attempted to gather these anecdotes, but it... okay. I'm hearing myself coming back at me. But it amounts to a pattern, and so let me begin with one of those anecdotes. Some of you may know this. Near the Yorkshire town of Northallerton in 1788, a certain Lawrence Ledley dug up a pot containing Roman coins. The story of what happened next is recorded in C.J. Davidson Ingledew's The History and Antiquities of Northallerton, published in 1858. So numerous were the coins, which amounted to several hundreds, that they soon got into circulation as farthings and went by the name of Lorry's farthings. A similar case was noted about 60 years later in the Somerset village of Yatton, where a 2-gallon pot containing Roman third brasses, which means small coins, was discovered at the foot of Cadbury Hill. In one morning I collected 40 from the village shops, noted William Stradling in the very first volume of the Proceedings of the Somerset Archaeological and Natural History Society, where for some weeks they had been passing as farthings. Now, both of these anecdotes about the resurrection of Roman coins are probably familiar to specialists in coin hoards of Roman Britain. Anne Robertson included these stories in her giant catalogue of Romano-British coin hoards. And the apparent return of Roman coins from the dead and their second coming as representatives of English currency might seem to us to be nothing more than a bit of economic weirdness, far removed from our experience of coin use. And indeed it is. There's a sort of freakish aberrance arising from the backward activities of ignorant peasants on the fringes of the economy. But in fact, these incidents were not unusual. The reason why Roman coins circulated among the townsfolk of Northallerton or the villagers of Yatton are not hard to discover. These people weren't behaving irrationally. Co-opting coin-shaped objects to serve as currency was commonplace before the 20th century because states often had, at best, only intermittent interest in supplying it, and people needed small change. To quote Sir John Craig in his History of the Royal Mint, ordinary folk, if short of small change, cared nothing about intrinsic value, high quality of copper, patterns, or limits of legal tender. In the year before Lawrence Ledley discovered his buried urn, in 1787, the Royal Mint, which had proved incapable of striking base metal coin effectively for several decades and had ceased to issue it entirely in 1775, had inspected samples of the small change then in circulation. It found that only 8% bore sufficient resemblance to official state issues, implying that much of the 8% was in fact counterfeit. 43%, nearly half of the sample, comprised obvious forgeries. 12% consisted of blank roundels with no design on them at all. And the remaining 37% comprised, to quote a contemporary observer, trash which would disgrace common sense to suppose it accepted for coins. Small wonder, then, that reasonably well-made Roman coins passed muster. Britain was far from alone in possessing small change of this kind. In the 1760s, the Intendant of Normandy estimated that 8 to 10% of the 2-sou coins in circulation were actually flattened nail heads. And just as Stradling sought out Yatton hoard coins from shopkeepers, so too French collectors of ancient and medieval coins were able to lay the foundations of their collections from the contents of shopkeepers' tills. Elsewhere, what we would consider to be old or obsolete coins returned to service. In the 16th and 17th centuries, Roman imperial denarii, which often resembled in size contemporary currencies of Central and Eastern Europe, and which were referred to as St. John's heads or St. John's pennies, so called because it was thought that the heads of Roman emperors on them were the severed head of John the Baptist, are found in contemporary hoard along with current coin, implying that they were in use in some capacity. In a letter to his friend Carl Friedrich Zelter in 1831, Goethe noted that a coin offered to a beggar in a remote forest inn in Thuringia was in fact a Roman one. In fact, Roman coins were still in use in villages in Spain between the world wars of the first half of the 20th century. W.J. Harding King, in his A Search for the Masked Tuaregs, writing about coinage in the Saharan oasis city of El Wad Souf in Algeria in the early 20th century, described a currency known as flus, money, which had a nominal rate of 7 to the French sou and consisted of a motley assortment of battered old coins, including Roman ones. So until relatively recently, Roman coins was still a sort of currency pretty much everywhere. And this state of affairs, which seems so improbable to us now, was often the result of base metal coins not being regarded as representing real money, and therefore not really the state's concern. Copper coins are with us properly not money, but a kind of tokens passing by way of exchange instead of the smallest pieces of silver coin, and as such very useful in small home traffic, explained Joseph Harris, assay master at the Royal Mint and an early exponent of the quantity theory of money, in a famous footnote in his Essay upon Money and Coins, published in 1757. So it would seem that in the minds of those involved in minting state coinage, There was no significant difference between the king's copper coin and the so-called traders' tokens minted by private interests that were periodically tolerated by the state. Moreover, while forgery of gold and silver coins was severely punished, forgers of base metal were rarely pursued, encouraging the circulation of entirely fraudulent coin. So with only half-hearted attempts to regulate small change and state disinterest in or inability to supply sufficient specie, private interests were sometimes encouraged to step in and permitted to profit from producing small change. So in the same year that the Royal Mint surveyed the condition of small change in circulation, 1787, an attempt at the provision of a better copper coinage for England began, but not by the state. The Anglesey Copper Company led the way, striking a penny with a druid's head on it, but quickly all manner of private interests began producing pence and halfpence in towns across the country, and forgers began making counterfeits of the commoner type. The Mint advised the government that these traders' tokens were legal. Indeed, it had a vested interest because the Mint's engravers made a profit by supplying some of the dies. While some tokens were redeemable through company offices, others had no place of redemption at all, but still they circulated. In many places, particularly in rural areas, no other sort of coin was available for employers to pay wages, and the same conditions could be found elsewhere. For example, in 1827, there appeared in the northern French city of Lille a copper coin that circulated with a value of 1 liard, with an obverse type showing a male portrait and the legend Maximus, the greatest. And on the reverse a shield and non plus ultra, there is none greater. Nobody knew for certain who it portrayed. It didn't look like the Bourbon king, Charles X, and rumour had it that it was Napoleon II, the Duke of Reichstadt, whose inheritance as Emperor of the French had been cut short after the abdication of his father in 1815. But the portrait was perhaps too crude to be for anyone to really be sure. Nor did anybody know where for certain the coins had come from. It was reported that 320,000 of them had been produced by a merchant of Liège who had sold them on for 4,000 francs. It was easy to introduce them into circulation there, given the medium of small change in France was already filled with foreign and technically obsolete coins and tokens. And the coin was so common in Lille that it was even included in Van Hende's Numismatique Lilloise of 1858, in spite of the fact that it was supposed to come from Belgium. Like Laurie's farthings, the Maximus liard had no intrinsic value and no state backing, and yet it circulated. So these incidents are far removed from our own experiences of currency, but they help to explain how strange coins ended up in places where they shouldn't be. Rather than all being lost curios of collectors, many of them were probably a symptom of a laissez-faire attitude to small change that prevailed in many countries before the 20th century. From the later 19th century, many countries began to change as mechanised production allowed small change to be manufactured at standard weights and sizes and in the enormous quantities needed, and small change was integrated into systems of silver and gold by becoming convertible at a nominal rate. However, it would be a mistake to think that these moves put an end to the circulation of ancient coins entirely. Circumstances have sometimes permitted them to slip back in. And I started with an anecdote, and I'll kind of start to wind this up with another one, an anecdote closer to our own time. Earlier this year, I was giving a talk in Oxford on this kind of topic, and a member of the audience came up to me at the end and told me how her father had run a village shop in Cowley in the late 1960s. And she, as a keen child collector, had been given access to the till to look for foreign coins in her collection. And the sorts of things she typically found were 10-centime pieces of Napoleon III, which were the same size and weight as a pre-decimal penny, and when they were heavily worn, they were difficult to tell apart. But one day, she said, she found a 1st century AD Roman imperial as, again the same size and weight as a penny. The circumstances that allowed a Roman as to enter circulation as a penny so late on were perhaps peculiar to Britain at the time, but the general mechanism is fairly universal. And those of you who are old enough, and I think probably many people in the audience here are old enough, will recall that some of the pennies in use in the late 1960s were very worn. You could just about sometimes make out the head of Queen Victoria on them. I found that one on the left on eBay. where I think they're selling these things, and well, it's not as worn as the ones I can remember, but presumably it has to have some kind of image on it for them to be able to sell it. But I just put that up as an example of the kind of state of some of this coinage at the time. So the coins had been allowed to circulate for decades until it was almost impossible to see what they were, allowing other worn coins like Napoleon's, 10 centimes, or Roman asses to return and pass, if only informally, as pennies. Now, this coin on the right isn't the Roman coin from the till at Cowley, but you get the point. The degradation of a state currency is precisely the environment in which old and obsolete coins attain an afterlife. So, if you were to ask me now, what is the latest date that a Roman as of the 1st century could have circulated in Britain, I would have to answer 31st of August 1971. That was the date of the official withdrawal of the pre-decimal penny. Flippancy aside, though, I think that the incidents I've described go further than just explaining the presence of ancient coins in unexpected places and contexts. They also, I think, have something profound to tell us about the nature of the relationship of coins to money. And I think this is a point that would have entertained Phil. So the Roman coins didn't acquire their value as farthings or pennies because the British or any other state instructed that they could be used for payment of tax, which is the mechanism underlying the state theory of money. And neither were they given value through their intrinsic worth, the mechanism underlying the metalist theory of money. No state authority lay behind the use of lorries, farthings. The Roman state that originally produced the objects had disappeared centuries before. And this mechanism was no different from the operation allowing the Maximus liards in Lille to circulate. And the shopkeepers of Yatton were not obliged to accept Roman third brasses, and neither were their customers. The value of these subsidiary coins was sustained by little more than an uneasy trust among the community of users. But in some ways, this trust entailed a more accurate understanding of the true nature of money and coinage than that which prevailed among those fixated on commodity value. The poor could perhaps better appreciate that there was a difference between the unit of account and the value of the object that claimed to represent it. As Rebecca Spang puts it in her study of money in revolutionary France, more or less untroubled by the fantasy of intrinsic value that so permeated classical liberalism, they, the poor, implicitly recognise money for the social convention it is. And I think that sentiment would have appealed to the anarchist in Phil. And there are just there are two pictures of Phil in Lebanon. Maybe I should say so. The one on the left, I think, probably is important to this audience. That is probably the first time he gave a talk publicly on CBM. I think in about 1996, and well, it was in the days, of course, of overhead projectors. You can see it there, and he couldn't find any film to put his typology on, so he used greaseproof paper. And he began this talk, and that he was going to present his typology. With great flourish, he put it on, it's like this, whatever, and put it on the overhead projector, and of course it didn't work. It was just completely blank. But of course he gave his kind of customary giggle and moved on, and so we still got to hear about CBM, and it does stick in my memory. That was probably the first time he was actually talking about it. So with that, I will end and hand back to our chair.
Thank you, Kevin. I didn't mean to rush you off. It's just when the slide said the end, I took you literally. But I'm glad you persevered with the final memory of Phil. So thank you very much. Okay, now, I don't know how many of you realised, but the programme has changed significantly. We've lost Reuben Thorpe's paper, as has been mentioned, and we're now going to have Jerry give a paper which is him on Phil's behalf. I've lost you on a big data on Romano British pottery and dating, a first attempt. So over to Jerry. And the danger is he's asked me to change his slides, so anything can go wrong now.
Right. This paper is basically a reprise of the one given by Phil on behalf of both of us at the Roman Pottery Study Group meeting in Leicester. It's based on using date distribution plots for the whole assemblage and combining these to look at the global plot and to look at plots for individual regions, these being those defined by the Roman Rural Research Project. It's possible because Phil and I both used the Warwickshire Museum Oxford Unit recording system for most of our working lifetimes, also because over 20 years ago I decided I wanted to try plotting date distribution plots for the whole of my pottery assemblages and not just for the Samian. This required the addition of 2 columns to the Oxfordshire recording system, namely date from and date to, for all rim sherds which could reasonably be dated. It also required giving these dates as exact chronological numbers rather than later 2nd century or early 3rd century. We are very strongly aware that these require a degree of over-precision, and we are certainly not claiming that we're any better at dating things. However, by doing this, we get very useful representations of the chronological shape of the data from our assemblages and even from larger groups, and it is a good tool for assessing the level of residuality in groups or phases. Phil has done the real work in consolidating much of my data, all of his into a single large database. This is not to say that this runs on a single fabric type series. It does not, but the consolidated data is in broadly the same format. First slide, please. This slide just shows the sites considered here. The data come from data sets initially collected during the commercial and research work by the authors, but also include data from other sites collected for the Horningsea project and some data collected by Ray McBride. Next slide, please. The database contains information from 375 sites in the UK, currently standing at 640,696 sherds and 84,249 rims, mainly covering the northeast and central belt landscape zones as defined by the Roman Rural Research Project. One further point is that the date distribution are plotted by minimum number of rims per context. It would be more desirable to do the figures by rim equivalent, but many of the data derive from assessment recording where the RE measures have not been made, whilst the material is awaiting publication recording, should that ever be commissioned. The following 2 slides break down these regional totals into site type. Next slide. In areas with a reasonable number of sites, like the Central Belt, there is a good representation of basic level rural sites, and these are not grossly underrepresented as they are in so many Romano British data sets. Rural sites are not badly represented in the northeastern group, but their military sites are prominent. Next slide, please. Similarly, the north region produces a lot of pottery, but the vast majority is from military and military associated sites. This may not be as far from reality as it seems, since many northern rural sites are aceramic or nearly so. This paper will concentrate on the overall picture and in particular the cases of sites from the northeast and central zones, as these are the largest groups in the database. Next slide, please. This is the overall date distribution of all the material in the database with a date range of 150 years or fewer. The date range being chosen to be as tight as possible without eliminating common well-dated types, such as Manset, Reeded, Mortaria. As you can see, there is a small component of early wares, mainly wheel-made Belgic types, picked up in the early decades of the 1st century, with more Roman wares, unsurprisingly, picking up after the Claudian invasion and after AD 70 with the conquest of the north. There's a single spike in the decade centred around AD 100, although it is doubtful it would be wise to read too much into this, given the precision of the data as a whole. After this spike, the early 2nd century sees a slight dip, which is still higher than the late 1st century component. The Hadrianic period sees a sharp rise, followed by a further sharp rise in the Antonine period, peaking from the mid to late 2nd century. The Antonine peak and its following trough may be exaggerated a little by the use of conventional dating schema. There is a steep decline in the early 3rd century, reaching a nadir in the mid-3rd century. There's a slight rise in the later 3rd, followed by a small dip, and a further rise in the mid-4th and steady state until the end of pottery supply. This next slide, please, shows all the data available by rim equivalent. As is clear, the overall pattern is remarkably similar to the one by minimum number of rims. These trends are reflected in the graphs by both metrics. The main difference is the Antonine peak is slightly more pronounced in the rim equivalent data. Our first thought was that this pattern might be being a product in part of having so much well-dated Samian ware up to circa AD 200 and its supply suddenly ceasing. So we reran the plot, excluding the Samian. Next slide, please. This flatters the Antonine peak, and there is more of an apparent slope in the early mid-Antonine period. The spike at the end of the first, beginning of the second, is also lost, as it appears to represent the cessation of South Gaulish Samian production in AD 110 and the absence of a replacement until the zoo starts mass production in 120. Next slide, please. The next slide just shows the date distribution of all the Samian in the data set, incidentally confirming the much higher frequency overall of Central Gaulish Samian ware compared with South Gaulish. Next slide, please. This slide shows the data for rural sites only. The Antonine peak is less dominant over the later Roman pottery component, and there is considerable rise in the late 3rd century and a small peak in the mid-4th, and a much stronger later 4th century representation. Next slide, please. This slide shows the same data set but without the Samian ware. As would be expected, the Antonine peak and subsequent crash is less pronounced than for the full data, and the later 3rd to later 4th century level is now similar to that of the Antonine peak. Next slide, please. Turning to the north... Sorry?
10 minutes. You asked for a 10-minute warning.
Yep. This slide shows the date distribution for all sites in the northeastern zone. There's a clear uptick in the pottery from the Hadrianic period, peaking in the later Antonine period. There's a sharp decline in the 3rd century with a nadir in the mid-3rd. Next slide, please. Sharp nadir in the mid-3rd. However, the 4th century recovery is much stronger in this zone than the overall national graph, with a slight peak in the mid-4th. Next slide, please. This slide, which is the next one again, please, shows the date distribution for all sites in the central zone. The curve starts earlier than in the northern ones, in the first half of the 1st century, and there is a steady rise from the late 1st to the Antonine period, with a nominal apogee circa 120 AD. This is followed by a very sharp decline in the early 3rd century, then a further decline reaching its nadir in the mid-3rd. There is then a slight secondary peak in the late 3rd and a slightly declining presence in the early 4th, sloping down further in the later 4th. Next slide, please. This paper was to be part of some wider work to explore the potential of using large, consistently recorded data sets. We believe this paper suggests that the approach may have some value. To this point, we've suggested we have illustrated a basic pattern of date distributions, which actually seem to be broadly stable across all the zones examined, and some regional patterning and some variation between rural and military/urban sites. But what does it all mean? Next slide, please. Some years ago, Going suggested that long economic cycles would be detected in the variation of the quantity of pottery through time on Romano British sites. Long wave theory is not accepted by many academic economists, however, Investotopia suggests a Kondratiev wave is a long-term economic cycle believed to be born out of technological innovation which results in a long period of prosperity. In its proposed Roman case, the technological innovations perhaps should be examined further, although that is not to deny that there are some. The most striking to this author being the widespread introduction of water mills, perhaps largely from the 2nd century. Going's 1992 cycles do not seem to be well reflected in the data presented here, although the Antonine peak certainly is. His Kondratiev cycles, superimposed with much longer-term cycles, do produce a better approximation to the pattern, but there are still very significant differences. What is not clear in Going's proposal is why the conquest of a minor outlying province should happen to coincide so conveniently with the start of an empire-wide cycle. Equally, were the cycles true, what would we be learning about the historical process rather than long-term natural cycles? Next slide, please. The question is, what do the pottery data reflect? Pottery use was not universal at any stage at the time of the Roman conquest. Similarly, the range of vessel types in use expanded from the Iron Age through to the 2nd century, broadly from a jar-based ceramic usage to a much wider range of functions, even to some extent on basic level rural sites. Thus, we might reasonably expect, with all other things being equal, the quantities of pottery per person from sites would expand in the 1st to mid-2nd centuries. Of course, all other things were not equal, and it's not an unreasonable assumption that the population was not only adopting wider pottery usage, but was also becoming richer and more able to afford pottery in this period. That the population was probably growing in this period is suggested by the Roman rural settlement project's site numbers figures. The question is, what happens at the end of the 2nd century? It's difficult to believe that pottery became less attractive overnight, and the most obvious factors would seem to be that people either became much poorer or that there were many fewer of them, or some combination of both of these. The overall drop in the national date distribution plot going into the 3rd century is 40%, which after the early to mid-3rd century decline reaches 72% before a recovery commences in the late 3rd century. Something dramatic seems to have happened. The most obvious explanation may be the Antonine plague. Given that the date at which this occurs, the resurgence of the plague in AD 189 would seem a more likely candidate than the original plague of 165 thereafter. When it comes to a steady decline through the first half of the 3rd century after the crash at the turn of the century, a further factor might be the steady decline in the demand from northern garrisons as they shrank and were perhaps intermittently paid during the frequent changes of imperial leadership. The later 3rd century recovery might represent more ordered government from the Tetrarchy onwards, but this promise of recovery seems to fail in the early 4th century. However, things seem to remain in a fairly steady state until the end of the century, and the lack of a dramatic late 4th century decline sometimes proposed. It is hoped that this paper has demonstrated some of the potential of big data in a consistently recorded data set. We are well aware that this is only a start and that similar data across all the Roman rural settlement project zones is desirable. It's regretted that the Roman rural settlement project has not been continued, as it enabled much added value to be made to develop a funded archaeology and, in our view, ought to be a high priority for English heritage. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry, and sorry to have startled you, but you did ask me to tell you when you spoke. Okay. Well, the next paper is actually going to be hopefully not a technological challenge, but it's going to pass over to Mark and colleague. because Nick Bowdry is teamsing in from Montreal. So again, this could be interesting.
Oops. Just gave me too much.
Well, okay. In the silence, does anybody have any questions for Jerry or Kevin? Preferably brief, in case Nick suddenly comes online. Yes, Steve, please.
Well, I thought we ought to pause during Jerry's talk there to give a round of applause when we heard the actual aggregate numbers that you were talking about, because they're absolutely phenomenal. One thing that occurred to me is that perhaps there was, you know, in Phil's mind, a follow-up paper that would be looking at CBM in that way. I don't know, I just throw that out there.
It's an interesting question, and I honestly don't know the answer.
And as
One thing that occurred to me is that how much is the dating of the pottery? I think probably Martin and Colin Wallace might have a view on this. Is still tied to the traditional dating of Samian. That courseware are piggybacking on the established traditional dating of Samian from way back that gives us that dating framework for ceramics. Or is the kind of work that Gillen did, looking at the courseware from the northern frontier, which is dated independently of the Samian, does it mean that the dating of the courseware is still not tied by some artifact of the Samian dating? The Samian dating, you know, if you go back to things like Stanford and Simpson, are dated on the basis of when they thought those things were produced, those vessels were produced, rather than their archaeological dating.
There's a lot wrapped up in that. And it depends where you are. In fairness, late Roman pottery in the north is pretty well dated, and
Independently of
is contributing to the date distribution plot, as in how many pieces are not dated. That, say in the north, it probably runs through at reasonably level. In fact, if you get to the mid to later 4th century in the north, you'll find that virtually everything is dated. So it's not that it's not necessarily that we're losing, you know, that there's much less dated material in the late 4th century, because there's a lot more undated.
I see. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Steve and Jerry. We now seemingly are good to go. So I will, with fingers crossed, introduce Nick Bowdry's paper, A City Behind a Frontier, the Late Roman Fortress of Zaldapa in Bulgaria. So over to you folks to make the technology work.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Well and truly.
Good. Can you see my slide? I can hear you though.
Hi, Nick.
Okay then.
Can hear you and see your slides.
Pardon?
Hi, we can both hear you and see your slides, so please start.
Great. Well, fantastic. Then first I would like to thank Ulla, Jerry and Mark for inviting me to this conference and for allowing me to pay tribute to Phil with you all. My presentation will be on the project Phil and I were working on together when he left us. The title echoes the one of an abstract Phil submitted to RAC entitled Pottery Behind the Frontier, which actually never happened to be written. But being no pottery specialist myself, unfortunately, I will stick to a general presentation of the project and to the areas of the project that I'm most comfortable with. So during late antiquity, the lower Danubian provinces were a critical sector of the Roman border system. This is reflected in the density of their military heritage, both on the right bank of the Danube and behind, where a network of strongholds allowed the in-depth defense of the territory. With its 2 kilometer long rampart and 32 towers, Zaldapa is the largest late Roman fortress of the hinterland of the easternmost Danubian provinces, Scythia and Mysia Secunda. The site is located on a hilltop plateau in what is now southern Dobruja, on a strategic road running between the Danube and the Black Sea and connecting Marcianopolis, the largest city of the lower Danubian provinces, to Ebida and the other outposts further north. Zaldapa was listed in the 6th century among the cities of the lower province of the provinces of Scythia. It was also known as the birthplace of General Flavius Vitalianus, who led a revolt against Emperor Anastasius and thus contributed to the rise to power of the Justinianic dynasty. The city was abandoned in the 7th century and never reoccupied, hence the good condition of its remains. The fathers of Bulgarian archaeology, Karel and Herman Skorpil, visited the site several times between 1889 and 1910. They described the fortifications, which they dated to the early 4th century. They identified the gates and the main thoroughfares, and they planned what is probably a large granary. They excavated a church, Basilica I, close to the southwestern gate, and located a second one, Basilica II, at the northern end of the city, but did not excavate it. Romanian archaeologists carried out occasional excavations between 1913 and 1940, while Dobruja was under Romanian jurisdiction, but their work remains unpublished to this day. In 1949, a team from the Archaeological Museum of Varna explored the remains of a large extramural cistern at the foot of the hill before the creation of an artificial lake to the northwest. Apart from this latest discovery, the first overview of the site, published by Sergei Torbatov in 2000, was still based primarily on the work of the Skorpils brothers. Excavation only resumed in 2014 when Georgi Atanasov of the Regional Museum of Silistra undertook the excavation of a large church at the intersection of the main thoroughfares, Basilica III. And under this basilica, they soon found the remains of an earlier church, Basilica IV. These discoveries opened new perspectives on the evolution of a late Roman city of the Danubian hinterland, a region much less explored than the banks of the river and the coast of the Black Sea. After 2 exploratory missions, an international project was launched in 2018, funded by the Canadian Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council, to deliver a dynamic portrait of the city's urban landscape, of its economy, and of its military and religious environment during late antiquity. While our Bulgarian colleagues continued the exploration of Basilica III and IV, the international team focused on the northern end of the site, where the ramparts from a salient projecting to the north, between a tower overlooking the cistern and the north gate. This area includes the cistern and its access from the rampart. It also includes Basilica II, habitat partly exposed in 2014, and the North Gate. It thus allowed us the exploration of the city's defensive system, of a still unexcavated Christian monument, and of their relationship to the urban fabric. Excavations were undertaken simultaneously at the North Gate and Basilica II. After the pandemic, the international team uncovered the postern gate that provides access to the cistern from the rampart, and contributed to the excavation by our Bulgarian colleagues of a tetraconch church discovered east of Basilica 3 near the eastern rampart. Most of the pottery collected to date is still secondary or residual material that provide a schematic portrait of the occupation of the northern sector. Only a few potsherds testify to a presence prior to the Roman period. The supply of ceramics only really began in the early 4th century, which corresponds well to the dating of the ramparts first proposed by Carus Corpil. It became more important in the 5th century and peaked around the middle of the 6th under Justinian before drying up in the 7th. A few fragments of Slavic pottery testify to a later presence in the 9th century. The North Gate was partially uncovered by Carus Corpil, who published a schematic plan showing a passage flanked by 2 U-shaped towers, partially enclosed at the front of a later wall. The work of the international team focused on the passage and on the West Tower to allow a better understanding of their layout and phasing. In its original form, the passage was paved and included a drain whose axis differs slightly from that of the gate, suggesting that it may predate the rampart. The drain was disused when a new level of pebbles was established. A block of the threshold survives against the eastern tower. In front of it, a remnant of masonry attached to the tower still bears the portcullis grove drawn by Carus Corpil. The West Tower protrudes 12 meters in front of the rampart, with which forms an acute angle to the west. Its ground floor houses a room whose plans echoes that of the tower. Its exterior facings are dressed stone, while the interior facings are made of medium-sized blocks. Its facade was hastily repaired, probably after a siege, with blocks belonging to the original state, though not in their original position, and reinforced with dovetail crampons. In a third phase, the passage was narrowed by a wall leaning against the tower and supported by an external buttress. This could have been an advanced rampart, but the gate and towers may also have been transformed into a gate tower, perhaps after a second siege. In the fourth phase, the passage was further narrowed by a late masonry that remains to be fully exposed. Excavation inside the tower revealed 3 successive levels of occupation, each with a heart in beneath the collapsed roof. The yielded rich primary assemblages of pottery and faunal remains. Their analysis remains to be completed, but one can already mention numerous remains of antler work, as well as coins whose earliest strikes are Constantinian, which again fits well the dating of the ramparts. Basilica 2 was not excavated by the Corpils, and it appears on their plan in a very schematic form. The work of the international team revealed the outlines of the plan and liturgical arrangements of a large 3-nave basilica in opus mixtum, with a projecting 3-sided apse and a tripartite neckpipe. Several phases of looting systematically targeted its masonry, its pavement, as well as its marble decoration and furnishing. The apse was raised by a symmetrical platform surrounded by a narrow ambulatory that may have been covered by a central semicircular bench. This platform was extended into the nave by the base of a ciborium. The sanctuary was delimited by a marble chancel. Unlike Basilicas 1, 3, 4, this one does not have a crypt, and the looters left no trace of a relic pit. However, excavations of the sanctuary revealed remains of a sunset decor, including fragments of marble veneer and several thousand glass tesserae from a gilded apse mosaic. Sturdy foundations resting on the bedrock suggest that the church had galleries. A Corinthian capital and a cross-bearing Ionic impulse capital suggest the arrangement of different orders in the architectural decor, some fragments of which can be attributed to early 6th century Proconnesian workshops. The spatial arrangement of the church is further emphasized by different treatment of the floors. The central nave and the style beds were paved with large marble slabs laid on a bed of mortar, of which imprints and some fragments have remained, while traces of brick pavements are preserved in the side dale. These slabs included obia, as evidenced by this imprint of the front door. As for the narthex, one step down from the nave, it was paved with large limestone slabs. The western facade featured a monumental and central colonnade, which was accessed from the atrium by a three-step circuit. The atrium was paved with limestone slab, like the narthex, while its northern portico was paved with brick, like the side dale in the basilica. The narthex abuts the rampart in its northwest corner, thus closing off access from the west to the northern salient of the city. Further west, excavation revealed the postern gate contemporary with the rampart, from which a curved corridor descended to the large cistern below. Basilica II thus overlooked this postern gate and likely controlled it. The material deposited to raise and lay out the space between the atrium and the rampart include primary waste characterized by the abundance of bird and fish remains of species and site corresponding to the choices of privileged consumers. Since 2019, Georgi Atanasov and his team have been uncovering a small tetraconch church with the collaboration of the international team. The conches of the central space were paved with mosaic, and its ambo, which stood in the center of the church, is largely preserved, as well as numerous fragments of marble decor and furnishing. Another church, Basilica V, was partly exposed in 2019 and 2020 near the southwest gate by yet another Bulgarian team. So, six churches are now known within the city walls of Zaldaba, all discovered or revisited over the last decade. In the 6th century, they formed the Christian landscape centered on Basilica III, itself built on the site of the city's first known church, and in turn Basilica III was also equipped with a crypt that ensured the continuity of the material functions of this liturgical center. Basilica II is slightly later than Basilicas I and III, and it is distinguished by the layout of this sanctuary, an apparent absence of a material function, and above all, by the most sumptuous architectural decor of the churches of Zaldaba, one of the most sumptuous in the whole province of Kytia. Comparable in size to the great central basilica, it seems less to gravitate around it, like Basilicas I and V, than to define a new liturgical center within the urban space. Further work will seek to complete its plan, clarify its chronology, and shed light on its relationship with the urban fabric to better understand its role and its footprint in the city. As for the tetraconch church, it is an exceptional monument, and the investigation of its built environment will also be necessary to appreciate its role among the other Christian monuments of Zaldaba. A new funding application is currently being prepared for a second phase of the international project to begin in 2026. While completing the work already undertaken analyzing the data, this new phase will focus on the dynamics of the urban fabric, including the location and role of the churches and the evolution of the defensive structures. It will also draw on a LiDAR survey conducted in 2021 to explore the extramuros areas. My greatest regret, of course, is that Phil will not be with us to continue this adventure. We hope to find someone willing to take over, to keep alive his legacy in this project, and to publish his work in the same standard that we would have. The invitation is open. Thank you, Phil, and thank you all.
Thank you, Nick, for that paper and for yet another insight into Phil's myriad contributions to our subject. We actually have about 5 minutes, so if anybody has any questions for Nick, if Nick would be willing to take them, please fire away. Are we faced with a stunned silence? Jerry.
Can I just ask, and forgive me if I failed to catch it, what data are you looking at for the Tetraconch Church?
Did you hear that, Nick?
Would you mind repeating?
Jerry asked, what date are you assigning to a Tetraconch church? If you have a date.
What date do we attribute to the Basilica 2, right?
No, to a Tetraconch.
Yeah.
Sorry, the Tetraconch church. The sixth church.
The sixth church. The Tetraconch church would be dated to the mid-6th century, according to the excavators. It is based actually mostly on architectural decor and not on finds, actually.
Thank you. Any other questions, please? If not, Nick, thank you for what was a very clear explanation of obviously a very important and interesting site, and for actually being willing to undertake it via Teams. So can we just all thank Nick again, please?
Thank you.
Right, okay, and next paper also looks at the east, but the east of England rather than the eastern part of the empire. So it's over to Alice Lyons for recent work and new discoveries from the east of England. So thank you, Alice.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can everybody hear me? I don't know. I'm a bit nervous being the fourth speaker after lunch and before tea. I'm a bit worried that we're all going to persevere through. But firstly, I would, as the other speakers, like to thank Jerry and Mark for inviting me today. It has been so far and will continue to be a special day for a special man, and it really has been a very moving tribute so far. Also, I have the privilege to be the president of the study group for Roman pottery. And as in that role, I would really like to reiterate that Phil was not only a previous secretary, but he was a valued member who came to nearly all our conferences year after year in various bright shirts. His contribution was very valued and will be hugely missed. As such, his friends, Jerry, led by Jerry with Kate and Mark, have written his obituary for the study group, which will be published in the next journal, Journal 21, which is due out Easter 2026. So hopefully you all will be able to read that and appreciate him again. But saying all that, I was asked to speak, and as several of the speakers today have said, I thought, oh, well, view from the east, what's going on? And the answer is tons and tons of infrastructure. We have gas pipelines, water pipelines, roads, houses. We have evaluation trenches. I think the last one I was last asked to quote for had 565 trenches. And I thought, who would be interested in listening to that all afternoon in the fourth slot after lunch? And I thought, well, probably not me. So thinking about going with the theme of old friends, and most of you out there who are pottery people or brick and tile people, we all have our favourite ceramic friend, do we not? And, am I supposed to be pressing buttons? I think I am supposed to be pressing buttons, aren't I? And my old friend is a ceramic cauldron. It is so good, it has been published twice. And indeed, I brought both books with me today if anybody would like to have a quick glimpse. You can download this EAA free from the internet. And I think our study group journal will follow shortly. So it has been published. And here we are in the east of England, for those of you who are not familiar with the area. And I found my first ceramics cauldron at Scole, which is a Roman town on the border of Norfolk and Suffolk. See if we've got a picture. Here we go. So there were some excavations in 1993 to 1994 on a bypass, the Scole bypass. It was the first time, for people who are interested in this sort of thing, that the Norfolk-Suffolk units had worked together across the border. Yes, indeed. And that had some interesting challenges. And on the last day, this would also be very familiar to everybody, on the last day of the 6-year project, we found a temple. And not only did we only have one day to dig the temple before the machines came in, it was also torrential rain. So a large part of this square temple was shovelled out and put in sacks and sent for sieving and washing at a secondary stage, which is when I became involved. So I'm hoping, can you all read the slides? Are they clear for you? So it was. We're not talking a grand temple. It was a modest affair, mid-2nd century, flint and timber. Here's a reconstruction of a similar one nearby, of what it may have looked like. But, a nice small temple. And here is my first picture of the ceramic cauldron of which I'm talking about. So I found this. It came out of a plastic sack. I was in, for those of you who are familiar with Gresson Hall Workhouse Tower, I was in the tower of the workhouse, and I found this almost complete vessel in a plastic sack, and I just thought it was beautiful, and I fell in love, largely. And David Gurney wandered past. I don't know if those of you remember David. I mean, he's still with us. But I said, David, what's this? And we looked at it and we both went, well, we've never found anything like it before. So it was new to me. It was new to a more established pottery person. And therefore, it really caught our imaginations. So when I decided to do this talk today, I thought, well, we've got loads of pictures. There's 2 publications. I'll just go through my records and find all the lovely photos I've got. And you know what? They're all on slide. So it's slightly better than being on acetate. But the first job I had to do was actually translate them into a digital format for you to enjoy today. So it is a lovely greyware. Who of us does not love a lovely greyware? It's made on the Norfolk-Suffolk border, a local fabric, which means it's very rich in silver mica, so it sparkles at you. And it's got this lovely black slip. It's got a ring of pretend rivets, impressed. I don't know what with. The end of a straw, a metal tube, something like that, a circular impression. And it's got actual, real working loops, so it would have been intended to be suspended. You can see we did a little bit of reconstruction on the missing bit, but we deliberately left it a different colour so that you can see that it's a new addition. And here are more of my slides. It only had one surviving loop. It had some wear marks on the inside, but largely it was very beautiful. And here we have a close-up of the imitation rivets. Oh, hang on, so go back. So I did some research looking up ceramic cauldrons, and you'll see as I go through this talk, I did find some parallels in Norfolk and Suffolk and slightly further afield. But it was very clear that it was a skeuomorph. It was a copy of a metal form. But what is interesting, bearing in mind this was found in a early second century temple, and I would have dated this vessel to the late first, early second century. It's not a Roman cauldron form it's copying. It's an Iron Age one. So it's a Roman pottery cauldron copying an Iron Age metal cauldron form, and it's found in a temple with one surviving suspension loop. And what we found inside the cauldron, it still had its contents intact, despite being shovelled out in the rain and put in a sack and me finding it in a workhouse tower. It had a parcel wrapped up in leather string inside it. So was the leather string originally intended to suspend it? There were wear marks on the vessel base, so we know it spent a lot of its time not suspended. So maybe it lost its suspension ring quite early on, but it was still a special enough vessel that it was kept in the temple context. So, as I said, I began to look for parallels, and I found this one in Lakenheath, but this is a full-size copper alloy bronze cauldron. But you can see we have this lovely similar shape and the same rivets, very similar. This is another North East Suffolk example from Hutchison, another greyware vessel, beautifully made, beautiful escutcheon handle. Very special vessels, and I hope I'm communicating that to you. These are beautiful things, made beautifully. All the examples I found, we found in temples, we found in burials, we found in kilns. I've not yet found one in a rubbish deposit. So even in their broken form, these were valued vessels that weren't thrown away with the ordinary rubbish. Here is another example of a Birmingham one, not grey this time, white, but got a hoard inside it. Again, value, special, not your everyday. This one also, needed a pointer. This one also had one suspension loop missing, but it had been reaffixed with a piece of wire. But of course, the person who took the photo didn't want to show the broken bit, so they put the nice bit. It's also got some very faint red paint decoration, which you can see better in the drawing than on the photo. But again, special vessel being used in a special way. Pakenham, another example, missing, it doesn't appear to have loops, maybe a handle, but again, a ceramic cauldron with painted rivets this time. So there are examples, and at the time of doing this research, which was at the end of the 20th century, I actually talked to people and phoned them and asked at study group meetings who had examples, and these are the examples that I found. The end of this talk is that I'm about to readdress this research, so spoilers, but there may be more, but I'd be interested to know out of my pottery people and the new pottery people and the new amount of work that's been done, if more examples of these vessels have been found. So this is a Brampton example in central Norfolk. There are many, many Bramptons, but this is the Norfolk Brampton. And we have another example here. I could tell you a very sad story about that. It ended up in a skip, but it is there. So there we go, 5 or 6 examples of similar vessels. They're all miniature cauldrons, quarter size, very similar. But as time goes on, as we go into the 2nd century, they stop actually using proper free-running loops, and they start just sticking them on. So you still get the cauldron form. They're still being found in special contexts, but they're not really bothering with the suspension loops. They were obviously a bit dodgy. They broke a lot, and you had to hold them on a bit with things. And then I met Jody Joy. I'm sure many of you have had the joy of meeting Jody Joy. He is a wonderful man, and he is Mr. Cauldron of the metal form. And I first met him actually in Southampton in the MA, which was very exciting. And I think I rather scared him because I came up afterwards and said, oh, but I've got pottery ones. Yeah, there you go. And I'm going to go quite fast through this selection of slides, but they just show you how similar the pottery ones are to Jodie's Group 2 metal cauldron. So really close parallel a skeuomorph. And this did rather remind me of Hillary's paper early on. Where are you, Hillary? And the similarity between glass and metal, well, not glass in your case, pottery and glass, and in this case it's pottery and metal, that the different kinds of artefacts are obviously much more closely related than we often think. There we go, more examples. And here is a lovely photo. Look at these. Who would love to dig that up? A huge pit full of gigantic metal cauldrons. 17, mid-Iron Age. Lovely. Anyway, I didn't do that. So that takes the research up to 2009 when these books were published. I'd asked around, I'd found parallels, and I wasn't expecting it to really go much further, but I presently, as does Martin who's here, work with Michael de Bootman in West Norfolk in the Nar Valley. And he presently is going through all the museums looking for Nar Valley pottery so we can write a book about it, or he can and I can help them. So the Nar Valley, here it is, right in West Norfolk, tucked away. It makes lots of lovely courseware pottery, usually rusticated. It hasn't got a huge reputation for making diverse forms, but Michael invited me for a cup of tea in his garden on a sunny day and said, oh, by the way, Alice, I was in King's Lynn Museum and I found this on the shelf. It was dug in 1952 and no one's looked at it since. And it is a Nar Valley ceramic cauldron, but not quarter size, full size ceramic cauldron. I'll show you some pictures. There's a, technical scale, it's 20p, coinage talk. But we've got the same 10 rivets, same skeuomorphic design, and we've got this beautiful, very elaborate escutcheon. But it's still got gigantic lumps of flint in, it's not of refined fabric. And here is a picture drawn by Jason Gibbons. Anyway, so I went back to Jodie and showed it to him, and he said, now, Alice, this is ringing a bell with me. I think I have seen the exact metal version of this in the Norfolk Museum store. And I said, that's great news, Jodie. And then the Norfolk Museum store has been closed for 5 years due to renovation. So we still don't know. We still haven't actually found the one that Jodie thinks it is. So next steps, to reevaluate, to go back to look for more ceramic for examples, to see if any new ones have been found, to look for the missing metal parallel in the Norwich stores, maybe to undertake some residue analysis or more scientific form to find out if we can actually find what this really unusual form was being used for. And I had an experiment with making a similar form. That's my go on the left. And then publish our results. That's the idea. And there you go. No cauldron talk is complete without that slide. So I think that's pretty much what I wanted to talk to you about cauldrons, to say that is my ceramic friend, my old friend, who is very precious to me, and I will be revisiting and trying to advance the research. And that led me to think about new futures. Today is a reflective day, thinking about legacy, and how we progress our particularly niche subject that we all enjoy. And so I've been working with other Roma pottery specialists and units, especially Oxford, Preconstruct and Headland, and Historic England, and the study group for Roma pottery. We've all been working together to try and progress progress the training of the next generation. And most of these slides are of our happy band of trainees. We had a particularly fun day recently, having a Mortaria stamp training day, which is obviously a Kay Hartley legacy, which I may talk about at another time. But I just wanted to try and end on a positive note for us as a funny family that we are, and we are a family, that hopefully after a hiatus in training, we are passing the baton on, and there'll be other people telling you about their ceramic loves at future times. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alice. We're way ahead of schedule, so if anybody has any questions for Alice, or indeed any of the other speakers from this afternoon, we've got 10 minutes, or we can go for coffee early if you're suffering from caffeine deficiency. So any questions to anybody? And I suppose I should have asked if you were willing to take questions, but I just assumed to. So, yes.
Your experimental work, those loops,
Yes.
did they function?
Yes.
Yeah?
It's quite hard to make a loop because, as you can imagine, with those of you who are potters in the crowd, they stick. Yes. So I tried pre-firing them, and then attaching them on the loop, and then having a sand barrier, and it did work. But not as beautifully as the rest. But you know, I had to pre-fire them. Yeah.
We have massive pots out in Croatia, but they, which must be old, but they have to be built around wickwork in order to be fired.
Yeah.
And then the external protrusions and nibs would have held them up.
It's fascinating. I think it's just fascinating. It really caught my imagination that, you know, that they are difficult to make. You know, there are skilled potters making these, and that they are, I mean, nearly every form we can think of, you usually find in a rubbish deposit sometime. But so far I've not found a ceramic cauldron in one, which shows that they must have been valued by the people that were using them. Their value, how difficult they were to make out. And then they were kept, even though they were broken, they were kept as a special thing. So, interesting form.
Ola.
I'm interested in this training program. How many trainees do you have, and how they are geographically distributed?
Well, so we're very lucky that some of the commercial units in the East have had the foresight to want to train, to fund the training. And that started off, I know we've got some representatives of Oxford Archaeology in the unit, but it started off with Oxford Archaeology. And I have had like batches of 2 or 3 trainees at a time. And that's given me the opportunity to refine my training techniques to find out what works and what doesn't work. And then that's been extended to Pre-Constructed, who've also funded several training. But I think a lot of people in the room will be aware that after this very long period of no funding, Historic England have just launched a batch of money to specifically train Roman pottery people. And I think there's quite a few of us in the room who are involved in that now. But that is the first time, and this is a prototype. That's not quite the right word, is it? It's they're doing it to see how it works. So we've got to demonstrate that they're investing their money wisely. But that is the first time in my professional career, which now spans 40 years, that Historic England have actually been directly funding training. So I mean, it is a one-to-one training. Yeah.
Well, in the past, and I think Hillary's probably the best place to speak to this from me. English Heritage, as it was then, did fund training with Jenny, didn't they? And also, we tried to get Kay to do training as well. But Hillary, do you want to say anything about that? Yes. Yeah.
Yes, but that was the 80s.
Yeah, okay, no ageism here, Hillary, it's okay.
But you also have to remember that basically there were, at that point, to do the glass, or a bit before that, late 70s, there was Donald Hardin, who had given up, And that effectively, on the whole,
Yep.
was it. You know, people did dabble a bit and things like that. And then, of course, Dorothy Charlesworth died. Jenny was left, but Jenny had a full-time training post. And so that was, and there was this huge amount of backlog of glass. So the training was 6 months to produce a new specialist, not me. You know, so it was in a particular niche. They did actually want to train somebody up in mortaria as well, and they tried very hard to persuade Kay to take somebody that wouldn't.
Yes.
Well, Kay's very interesting because we've just lost Kay at the age of 96, but she very strongly felt that that was her income. She was single and she didn't want to share it, but she did have the foresight to work with Yvonne Boutwood and Ruth Leary to create this amazing online database that is now up on ads if you want to look at it, and which we're still
25, 30 years later,
yeah. But I mean, it has been a bit scary for a lot of us, I think, in the moment pottery world, because we're now writing our own mortaria reports and interpreting our own stamps for the first time since 1952. So it has been a bit of a sea change.
The idea had been, you see, that Leeds would be a sort of centre, because you had the stamps project working on one half of the campus. You had us working on the other side of the campus. So, you know, it would have fitted. So we just went to lunch.
I was talking about this earlier, that I'm very happy to train the next generation because Roman pottery turns up in gigantic quantities on a regular basis with no shortage. We have no shortage of Roman pottery. Different specialisms like mortaria stamps or prehistoric pottery even, it's much smaller quantities of material, and training your successor or your competitor has certain other problems that we don't have in the Roman pottery world. I mean, I've never run out of pottery so far. It might happen, but it hasn't happened yet. So it is interesting how it works.
I'd be happy if people came and got trained, and then I wouldn't have to write any more expletive deleted bottles.
Thank you, Hilary. Sorry to have put you on the spot, but okay. Are there any other comments or questions, or do we get 5 minutes extra for coffee? Oh, Hilary, please.
I've got one. I think the use of Roman coins in small change goes on after the one that was the final one was in the 60s. It was 60s, wasn't it?
Yeah. About 1970. Have you got any anecdotes?
So when I dragged all the Piercebridge reports together, we published that in 2009. And Piercebridge had a huge amount of 4th century coinage. Yeah? And it was being dug then by Manpower Services funding in the 80s. And the rumour was, and it was sort of confirmed by the police specialists, that large though the Piercebridge assemblage is, it was well known that the coins were being used in the pubs in Darling.
What date did you put on that?
Well, that would be let's see, my brain's going, but let's see, the excavations were running in the first half of the 80s, early 80s. So, moves on a little bit.
There we are.
After decimalisation.
Yeah, it's surprising actually.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's perhaps a humorous note on which to finish this session, and we'll back at quarter to, Jerry?
We'll see how it goes.
Okay.
You have coffee, cake and champagne to get through.
Oh, right, okay, well, I can see why there might be some doubt. Okay. Thank you, folks. Hi folks, and welcome back to a final session. Okay, our first speaker in this session is Ian Rowlandson, and his title on the screen has solved a mystery. Which of Adrian Oswald's excavations? It's actually Norton Disney. Great, that's information already. Anyway, with no more ado, the last three papers, the first one, over to you.
Right, super. I feel as though I'm kind of coming a bit after the fizzy wine, so I'm going to try and keep it light. I'd like to thank Jerry for inviting me when he spoke about this meeting with me. I met Phil at SGRP meetings, really. Occasionally came across him whilst working on commercial projects. I think today's been really impressive just to see how much of a range of sort of national and international work that he did. And it's been really enjoyable to look at just, you know, how busy and how productive he'd been. So I'm going to see if I can try that way. Ooh. Right. As some of you will know, I tend to be very Lincoln-centric. I had a look through some of the online material about Phil when I looked over, and I was sort of wowed about his international scope. But I did realise that he had been in Lincolnshire. So as a younger archaeologist, he spent some time at APS in Heckington, so I put a picture up with that. Also, I spoke to my wife, and Jana had been in Bulgaria as part of the University of Nottingham project. And she fondly remembers Phil as Batman, so I thought, because of brick and tile, so I thought that would be the obvious link. Also, Colin, I loved your paper because I think I might have been one of the people responsible for filling those bags on Andrew Poulter's field walking exercise. So, but unfortunately, I never got to join you in the fines office, which was a big shame because I think latterly my ceramics were developed somewhere else. But I think it's you know, the tales that I've heard from Jana and working with Vivian and that project I think was quite formative for a lot of people and probably for Phil as well. Right, I'm not going to talk about the dodecahedron, I'm sorry. It's not really me to talk about that. Unfortunately, mine's a little bit more ceramic and probably a little bit more boring. Lots of people have given some really nice small finds talks and finds about glass and things like that today. I'm not going to talk about the dodecahedron. There's been an awful lot of it in the newspapers. Suffice to say that the group at Norton Disney was largely spurred on by a development threat towards the area that, of the Norton Disney Villa, and that really prompted their research. They then subsequently have fundraised to do a number of digs that have been supported by commercial archaeological units to basically to back up their research. I think this is the day that they found the dodecahedron, and this is on their website. As part of their work, they were originally inspired by the excavations that had been done in the 1930s on the villa. And so they managed to fundraise to have myself and my assistant Susanna at the time to look through the boxes that were in Newark Museum. So to basically to have a reassessment of the pottery from Oswald's excavations. So sadly, I'm not going to talk about dodecahedrons. But I am going to talk about the boxes of pottery. So, Joe, cover your eyes. There will be some very bad reconstructions. Now, we saw the one Alice had. That was really nice reconstruction. We're going to see some bad ones. There's worse ones. I haven't put all the slides in. So, you know, with people with their conservation hats on, I'll say look away now. Okay. We are in the West Midlands today, but we're going to take a focus over towards the East Midlands. Roughly over towards from Nottingham, Newark-on-Trent or towards Lincoln, you have the Fossway that cuts through. The site itself at Norton Disney Villa was contested because the finds have ended up in Newark Museum because they were first to scramble to the site to get someone to dig there in the 1930s. However, it does lie on the Lincolnshire side, but the finds are held by Newark Museum, hence the slight Nottinghamshire link there. Where we are. So my terrible imported slide here. Let's see if was there a pointer? There is. This is the Villa field here. Now, this very bad slide that I've got is there really to show the contours. So the site lies on a hill overlooking what would have been the Foss Way, and the settlement of Crocalana is here, and Lincoln is up over towards here, towards the north. So the villa would have had a site overlooking the main major Roman road and would have had a good position in the landscape. Also, the development was originally that was threatening it was a development in this farm here, which I think prompted the group to kind of take action. And there's lots on the Norton Disney Group's website, and also Eleanor Scott has done some work on a lot of the backstory. But I can't remember exactly where the dodecahedron is from, but it's from broadly this area around here, on the same hill where they've been working. There's a view from William Stukely showing down this way looking towards Newark. He rather fancifully shows that you can see Newark down the road, which is, you know, a bit like I can see Russia from my window, with, if anyone can remember, Sarah Palin. I don't think you could probably see the spire from there, but as you look down, A would have been Crocalana as was, and our site is up on the hill here, which is sometimes referred to as Potter's Hill. And that's an engraving from 1722. Right, okay. We've seen some really lovely excavations today. We've seen ones with tremendously produced plans. We've seen ones with really well phased setups, and ones with modern excavation techniques. Well, I'm not going to show you any of those. So we're going to go through. So the site was found in 1933 by a farmer who probably knew about it already anyway, going back to talking about people's coins going into circulation and probably there. The Newark Museum scrambled to appoint an archaeologist to do the excavations on the work, and they appointed Adrian Oswald. So Noel Hume, who was one of his protégés when he worked in London, he's characterised Adrian as the last of a generation of gentlemen scholars whose interests extended as far as the eyes could see. So that was something that it was put into his obituary, as to really characterise the work. And he's an archaeologist of a very different era. And I think when we've looked through some of the images and the report from the excavation, we can see that the understanding of stratigraphy, the level of recording, and the concept of how the stratigraphical relationships work aren't really up to the standards of, say, some of the more contemporary excavators at, say, Sutton Hoo, or some of the work of, say, Burso or people like that. So what we can actually say about it is probably, it's probably a palimpsest. So if we move on, I just show this one because there is a nice bit there, but I'm not quite sure. Certainly, if I'd have left, I don't know. We'll move on. Adrian was the son of Felix Oswald, who's a pioneer in Samian studies. Felix was a sort of classic Victorian archaeologist, and it's one of the themes that we look at through the work that we produced for the group, was that it's a product of its time. So he was a pioneering geologist in Armenia and Africa. He became a probate registrar for East Midlands, and he became the excavator and excavated at Margadunum in Nottinghamshire, just over the Lincolnshire border down towards Nottingham, in 1910s to 1936. He then subsequently produced a lot of work on Samian on the back of that, and in 1936 he retired to Pembrokeshire to complete his publications. His son, I think, from what I can look through, was involved with a lot of the work that his father did at Margadunum, and that's where a lot of his training came through from. He was appointed between 33, 34 to 35 to do the excavations at Norton Disney. In 1935, he presented the paper that becomes the publication in the Antiquaries Journal in 1936. He published that on the back of a talk, we've gone too far, on the back of a talk that he produced in London in 1935. In 1936, his father retires and moves to Pembrokeshire, sort of leaving his son as say, a preeminent force, even though he'd not long only come out of Oxford and finished his degree. So Adrian then takes on a number of projects over the years in the interwar years. And 36, he's involved with excavations at the Roman pottery kiln at Little London, Torksey. 36 to 39, he excavated at the Mansfield Woodhouse Villa. 37 to 38 at Ad Pontum. After the war, Adrian conducted lots of rescue excavations in London and the Guildhall, and was responsible for a lot of the pioneering work there after the Blitz, and then subsequently moved away from Roman archaeology and became much more specialist in clay pipes. And I think that what you see is that the remnants of his more limited excavations, particularly at Mansfield Woodhouse Villa and Ad Pontum, if you look at the publications there, a lot of those are happening towards the after the war, and he's looking to produce a summary of very limited excavations that he's been doing whilst he had other responsibilities in Nottinghamshire. So I think what we can see is that the excavations are pretty superficial. Here's the classic plan. A lot of it's done with slit trenches. So it's proposed that it's a defended villa, but really there's very limited excavations out here. Obviously, without the benefit of the big yellow trowel to allow you to strip an area, what we're actually seeing is a palimpsest of features which he's produced a plan for here, proposed with, say, a gatehouse that's there, a defensive circuit of ditches, some buildings with hypercausts, and there is a well, which I've lost, which is here, which is probably the most important feature. Again, looking through the photographs, I think Eleanor Scott went through and has more recently looked at it, along with people from the Norton Disney Group, and I think she was of the opinion that a lot of the things that he talks about, that there's been fires and destruction, I think that she's generally of the opinion to say, well, there's not really a lot of evidence to support that. So if we look at the chronology, here's a picture from her website to more or less providing a reconstruction of it in its at the high point towards the 4th century of the villa. So Adrian puts forward a chronology, and naturally in a sort of debut archaeological publication, he's trying to look to relate a lot of the activity to historical activities. We know that the 9th Legion went to York. He's trying to link the building phases here with different activities by Hadrian, different activities with his father's excavations at Margadunum, and different changes there. One of the things, and the reason for the talk is there's the by fire and violence, by fire and probably violence. And I think we have the same thing mentioned at Mansfield Woodhouse. It's a recurring theme. But I think if we can look and maybe think about his times, he's working in the middle of the 1930s, when there's quite a lot of fire and violence going on in the near continent in Europe. So I think it's in part that we're looking at maybe the end of the kind of Edwardian imperialism in British archaeology, but he's reflecting perhaps on, he's a little bit zeitgeisty in the respect of it's thinking of destruction by invading forces. So, again, I don't think we need to necessarily go through the phases in detail, but he's looking to conclude the activity in the villa in 300 to 360. Now, this is partly because his coin record dies then, but also it's because he's linking that to coincide with the troubles in AD 360 to 367. So he's looking to hang it into quite a tight historical framework, when I don't think that the evidence there necessarily supports it. So, we've had an introduction to the site. We surveyed 40 boxes. There was a little bit of tile. I do have photographs of it. Unfortunately, Phil would have been very disappointed that the retention policy really didn't include the tile. So unfortunately, if there was to ever be a similar project to look at the tile from the villa, I think that ship sailed. Many of the vessels were heavily reconstructed, so look away soon. Oswald mentions that only the outstanding examples and more complete pots have been figured. Most of these types are repeated on site with variations which space has not permitted to illustrate. So again, the 40 boxes that we have is a sample of a sample of a sample. But we've put this together as a view to trying to inform the local group, but also to help museum to understand its collection a little better. So, looking at the earliest phase that was there, Oswald proposed an early Roman activity. On this site we have a nice piece from a 29, which I think when we look at the Samian report that was published, it's clear that Felix Oswald had contributed a lot towards the identification of the Samian for Adrian's report. It's not a bad thing if your father's a Samian pioneer to have him do the Samian work. This vessel here that we investigated, and also this vessel here with some red paint on. This looks similar to some of the painted wares that were produced in Lincoln in the early Roman period. Again, perhaps a derivative from something like maybe a Form 37, so pushing it towards maybe the end of the 1st century. But this painted vessel here probably represents earlier activity on the site. And again, this vessel here. Pottery production was noted by Vivian Swan in her survey of Roman kilns. We went through quite a lot of the vessels that were there. And again, Adrian highlights and says that the pottery was found in great quantities with some wasters. The centre of the manufacture was probably near or even at Norton Disney. Now, we had a lot of warped vessels, but also these are the ones that have been reconstructed. So we're seeing a lot of these gritty and groggy and gritty type fabrics or transitional fabrics that have probably been made, if not on the site, and maybe some of the ovens that Adrian has recorded might have been pottery kilns, or have been produced nearby, and Richard from the local group has said that subsequently they have found a Roman kiln this season. So it's possible that they've been made either on site or local, on the same hill. Again, here's one that's got a pierced base as well. Vivian Swan said that there were some props in her microfiche for the Lincolnshire Kilns volume, said there were some props that are no longer extant. And I'm not quite sure how we're going to interpret this piece of fired clay, but this was one of the ones that was in the boxes, and this may or may not be something relating to one of the kiln structures. So maybe it's a central pedestal. So this may be one of the ones that was perhaps related to the pottery production. We also, I thought that a lot of the pottery drawings are really accurate, so I don't think there's much of a question about that. But there is mention made of an amphora stamp. Now, I went through all of it, and my assistant went through all of it, and we were saying, well, there's going to be an amphora stamp, it's going to be amazing. And I went through and I looked at which stamp it is that Adrian Oswald had recommended that it should be, and it's either on display somewhere, or it's been lost, or it's certainly not in our boxes. So we didn't find the amphora stamp, which was, I think, had been absorbed into subsequent surveys of amphora stamps in the 60s, but we didn't find it. So if it was right, the identification, it's no longer there. But what we did find is we found a nice stamped mortarium that had been passed by as well. So I went back through the Kay Hartley's data resource that's online, and the Lincolnshire notes that I had from working with Ruth. And this stamp here isn't noted, so this is a new one of Biso, who would have worked at the Technical College, and we managed to find that. So if we found nothing else, we found ourselves another mortarium stamp. Again, it's really difficult to look at status of the assemblage because, of course, we've got a really selective assemblage. But what is noticeable is that there's a good range of beakers. How are we doing for time? Oh, that's good. Okay, so we've got things like this, which are similar to the things that are being made at South Carlton and at the Newport suburb at Lincoln. We've got a number of vessels here that could span into the earlier 3rd century and into the middle of the 3rd century. We did have a few bowls here, straight-sided bead and flange bowls, and some plain rim bowls, and a nice caster box. These may be from the Nene Valley, or they may be from subsidiary industries working near Lincoln using light firing clays, as we showed from some of the excavations that we've had in the Lincoln area. There weren't many vessels that were definitely of 4th century, but it wasn't drawn up, but we did find a nice bit of a pentas moulded beaker here that was probably a 4th century date with regards to the beakers. Other fine wares. Adrian obviously hadn't been able to recognise some of the other imports, such as Central Gaulish blackware, Moselle ceramic, and Oxford red colour-coated ware. We found in limited amounts of that from the site, which was really quite good to expand the knowledge of what we had. We had some nice fine grey wares like this vessel here, and something, again, broadly mimicking a 37 with some combed lines, which were also, we didn't have any Parisian ware stamps, but these are sort of vessels here that we can see that are a nice representation of the ones that have probably been made more locally. We did find quite a bit of Dalesware, but that was less well represented than perhaps might have been expected. Now, whether it's not survived or it wasn't deemed to be particularly very excited to have lots of crumbly, shelly pottery, and that wasn't retained, but we did have a few good examples of shell-gritted Dalesware from the 3rd or maybe into the middle of the 4th. And then after that, we also saw the majority of the greywares would fit into what was Malcolm Todd's East Midlands burnished ware, or what would be seen as perhaps like the repertoire of Swanpool, so in Lincoln. So we have a range of wide-mouth bowls, often with nice swirly decoration. We have a Dales type jar in a greyware here. We've got the ubiquitous straight-sided bead and flange bowls, plain rim dishes. So all of these are probably being produced either very locally near the site, at the new kiln complex that's now known just immediately to the south of Newark, or possibly in some of the outlying kilns to the south of Lincoln. But this sort of standard burnished greyware we're seeing there. I mean, I would say that not much of what we saw was a direct match for the Swanpool kiln material, but I would say that probably we've got kindred industries that would have been recognised by Malcolm Todd as the standard late Roman products. One of the more exciting vessels, sprinkler pot, I can only presume is. I'm going to look at some people who maybe see interesting vessels from London. Normally I see this as a medieval form. It's pierced at the top and it's got piercings at the bottom, and it's been obviously composite made in 2 stages and luted together. And I can only presume that it's being used in this way. It's being submerged. You put your thumb on the top or your finger on the top, and then you can use it for sprinkling a liquid. Now, to me, the examples I've seen are in the medieval form guide. I don't think that this is a medieval vessel. Goes as far as to say that where my thumb is there's even a nice little indent in that. So it does actually fit the hand quite well. So this was a complete anomaly when we saw this, because it's not evident from the pottery drawings that it's that type of vessel at all, and that it's complete. So I don't know if people have seen examples of this type of form in a Roman context. I was just left scratching my head. This is an ideal way we can show it to people and say, have you seen one? But having said that, if you just got the base, that would be fair enough. It's a strainer. And if you just got the top, oh, well, it's a flask or a flagon. Until you've got the whole thing all the way through, it's a very unusual form. So I didn't know what to make of that one. The dating outcomes that we came to from going through the groups, the best group was from the Well, unsurprisingly. And so this is in the realms of sites that you see at, say, Rudston, Dalton Parlours, the unpublished assemblage from Welton le Wold. You've got a lot of vessels, a number of them lug-handled or narrow neck jars that were found from the Well. You also have this form, which would be Maggie Darling's BIBF, which is a standard in the repertoire of kilns like Swanpool, where you have an inturned bead and flange bowl. And this is really a form that's typical from Maggie's excavations at the park, that you would cast to be a late 4th century one. So I think we can probably push the activity on the site beyond Adrian's original assessment of kind of, 370. And I think we can look to say that the activity on the site continues on until the end of the Roman period, or at least the end of the Roman ceramics supply in Lincolnshire. And equally as well, from some of the boundary ditches, we've got examples of Maggie's double-lid seated jar form, the JDLS, as it's characterised. Here's it in all its glory. And again, this is an implication that perhaps the activity on the site continues on beyond the coin sequence that Adrian published as part of the scheme. There are some burials, and independently of Eleanor Scott, I came to the conclusion that I thought that these were burials that would fit being post-Roman. The stratigraphy that's shown and the relationships that she's shown between where the walls are in relation to the burials. Adrian had this as fire and violence, that these were the people who'd perished in the destruction of this villa. I think we can probably see this as a function of lots of post-Roman burials that are being dug into Roman sites. So particularly in the case of inhumations, somewhere like Willoughby on the Wold in Nottinghamshire, there's a huge cemetery that's cut into a Roman roadside settlement. So I think in these chaps here are probably being buried on the site long after the Roman period, on a site which is commanding a hilltop in the dilapidated Roman building that overlooks the old Roman road, rather than them being as a result of fire and violence. Hopefully they're looking to try and find the skeletons that were involved with this and looking to radiocarbon date them. Obviously, if they were to produce a Middle Saxon date, that would be a really good interpretation that would go forward. So, they weren't the most rigorously undertaken excavations. Adrian was probably a product of his time, and he was working at a time when fascism was on the rise in Europe, so a preoccupation with death and destruction probably coloured his interpretation of what may be a fairly standard domestic sequence of activity. We've gained a better understanding of which vessels are being used on the site. We've produced an illustrated report to inform the museum and the local group. I think we can confirm Vivian Swan's interpretation of the pottery production on the site or immediately in the vicinity of the site. We can question the burning and destruction, and we can also extend the list beyond the evidence from the coins. There's a broader question is that are there other sites out here that are in museum collections that are still in museum collections before they're disposed of, where a similar approach could be taken? I'd leave that hanging. There probably are some sites which would benefit from people to look at them again. And as I say, an archaeologist of one's own time. Excavations and find reports are a product of the archaeologists, their times and preoccupations. If we're to continue to speak, then I think it's really important that, particularly for ceramics, that the work that Alice and other people are trying to do, to take more ceramicists forward into being experienced researchers, I think is really important. And if we can do that more, then I think we'll continue to be able to make Ozymandias speak a little bit. Thank you to Jerry. Susanna, who was my apprentice at the time, who did a lot of the work there, and then the Norton Disney Group and the people who funded them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Phil. You asked me about time. It took me about, because I was looking at the probe and thought, that doesn't work. So you ran to time perfectly. Thank you.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. I was just looking.
I just looked confused.
No, that's okay.
We're now doing a strange double act where Pete's been chairing, but he can't chair himself. So I'm going to chair him, and he's then going to chair me. So without further ado, here's Pete, who's going to talk about building, understanding Phil and Roman North Yorkshire.
Thank you, Martin. Okay. Hi. You've heard from me before. I'm not sure when I first met Phil, but I do recall him working at Catterick in 1993 when we were doing evaluations in advance of a then proposed A1M motorway, which at the time ran into a sound of spending cuts. That in itself may be no bad thing, as the Highways Agency and their consultants, who will remain nameless to protect the guilty, insisted on us field walking sites with snow on the ground and along with near total crop cover, because that was how their procedures were set out. I shudder to think what they might have contrived for a much larger scale work, which was shown to be needed even by that, if it had been undertaken at that time. But we were spared that, fortunately. Reuben's unfortunate clash of priorities allows me to mention one of Phil's claims to fame from his time at Catterick on another project, which we did at the same time as the A1 evaluation. Faced with the erosion of a river cliff along the northern defences of a fort overlooking the river, Reuben persuaded a number of members of the team to assist in recording the section. This involved, Phil was one of these brave souls. This involved them being taught how to abseil by hanging off a disused railway bridge as preparation for stepping backwards off the cliff to draw the section. Something I, as project director, who doesn't do heights, would only rate it slightly less scary than jumping out of a perfectly good aeroplane. The main reason for mentioning the 1993 work is obviously in part because of Phil's involvement, but also because it reminds me of Phil's approach, enthusiasm and mindset, particularly given the trials that he and the rest of the team were subjected to on both the A1 and the Catterick Fort projects. Both then and since, Phil was always serious about the archaeology, but with a seriousness that was always lightened with good humour and, of course, the inevitable jokes and puns. In offering my title, I had thought to concentrate on his work on building materials, but to steal from one of his favourite Star Wars-derived phrases, to try and do justice to his contribution by only reflecting on that would be flutile. Yes, I know you've heard the joke already today. And this is one downside of speaking late in a day on a conference like this. If you've heard the words before, I don't blame me, blame a previous person, please. To ignore Phil's work on pottery would have been unforgivable. Even saying that, it would be apparent to everyone here, and indeed those watching online, that Phil was so much more than just a ceramics specialist. With Ulla and others, he sought to advance our approaches to archaeological assemblages as a whole, and, as it seems to me at least, to try and look at project data holistically, and also through theoretically informed frameworks, before they became more mainstream in Romano British archaeology. I did say, that was followed up, aspects of which Jerry may discuss, but because he was speaking after me on the programme I had. Anyway, my most recent involvement with Phil was through the MAP Archaeological Practices Eastfield excavations. Yes. For which I'm external project manager. Phil had, this is that the point? It's a pointer in the centre.
Trigger on the bottom, underneath.
Ah, that's sneaky. This is the Eastfield site. It's about 1 hectare within the area of the walls, as you can see here. This is a northern boundary, but the site was expanded to north at some point. We don't know what happens down here, which is now under housing. That was before MAP built long before MAP got involved. But I'll come back to Eastfield later on. Phil had completed the assessments of the Iron Age, and well, I'll come back to the site at Eastfield later on. Phil had completed assessments of the Iron Age and Roman pottery, CBM and fired clay. And we heard that he had died days before we were meant to press the send button to submit the assessment to UPD to Historic England. Just how much of a loss Phil was, and is, to the archaeology of Roman Britain was demonstrated by a search for people to replace him. Jerry kindly stepped in to take on the pottery, and we were fortunate that Alex Kroom was able to take on the CBM and fired clay. Those successes aside, I doubt the next few sentences will be news to anybody, particularly having heard Alice earlier. In looking to replace Phil quickly to avoid further delays of the project, it emphasised just how desperately short of specialists we are. And that seems to be in most fields, not just those that have benefited from Phil's involvement in them. We would all accept that it's a tragedy that we lost Phil so soon, but it led me to reflect that on the Eastfield project more generally, and brought me to a scary realisation that at least 10 of the major contributors and specialists to the Eastfield post-excavation programme are over conventional retirement age. And that is actually scary, looking at the future of our subject. I know hearing Alice was wonderful, but it's only one area of expertise. And as Hilary said, there are so many more. As an aid in preparing this talk, Jerry kindly supplied me with a copy of a partial bibliography for Phil, which I think Mark may have produced. Thank you, Mark. While in what follows, in addition to Eastfield, I'll be talking about some of Phil's reports to which have been formally published. However, in attempting to understand the extent and depth of Phil's contributions, it is worth spending a little time considering his immense grey literature. His partial bibliography lists over 750 items, as well as joint reports with Jerry. It's also worth noting that Phil did not work exclusively on Roman period material. The list of grey lit publications mentions material from Kirkstall Abbey, medieval CBM from Carr Farm in East Yorkshire, and post-medieval brick from Leeds, to name only a few. To go way back in time, in 1991, Phil reported on clay pipes and glass from Ferrybridge Henge, but I suppose somebody had to. To turn to Phil and his contribution to our understanding of Roman Yorkshire, taking care to avoid Aldborough, as I've no wish to tread on Martin's toes, although he has told me he's going to probably refer to most of the sites I'm going to talk about. Just looking at that incomplete publications list, it is possible to identify at least 15 grey literature or unpublished publication drafts for Roman CBM, and at least 6 for Iron Age and Roman pottery, many of the latter produced for Jerry. In addition, there are at least 13 reports commissioned by Yorkshire-based organisations, only identified by site codes, many, if not most of which, probably relate to Yorkshire sites. Even if all of these are included, I'm sure this summary will underplay the extent of Phil's contributions to Roman Yorkshire. To emphasise the extent of his work and his impact in terms of ceramic studies more widely, I feel I must emphasise what is already obvious from today's programme, and Phil worked extensively on material from most regions of England and Wales, as well as the many projects abroad which people have mentioned. I'm afraid what follows largely reflects the reports which I could easily find on the shelves. To start with a long-lived and for the late Roman, immediately post-Roman periods, important site at Wattle Site near Wetherby, excavated by Archaeological Services WYAS. It only produced limited quantities of both CBM and fired clay. Despite this, and taking account of the fragmentation of the CBM in the publication that appeared in 2013, Phil was able to offer insights into not only the source of material, brought in from a nearby site and probably derived from a 2nd or 3rd century building that may have suffered fire damage, but also the purpose to which most of this deliberately imported material was used on site in the later Roman period. That is, as hardcore and packing material for construction layers, slots and post holes. Speaking about, if you like, microeconomy in a way which we would perhaps not be able to but for insights like that. In a report on the pottery from excavations at Gale Common, North Yorkshire, undertaken by Archaeological Services Durham University, that incorporated results from evaluation by NAA. In 2014, Phil and Jerry were able to inform not only questions of chronology and pottery supply, but also settlement shift and morphology for 2 rural settlements, the cause of which were located outside the areas investigated. The easternmost of the 2 displaying a relative oversupply of tablewares and mortaria, if it were a basic rural site, suggesting the otherwise unexplored site was acquiring higher status attributes by the 4th century. That said, both settlements display evidence of decline, contraction or occupation in the later part of the century. Thank you, Phil and Jerry. It is perhaps unfair to Phil to consider his reports by their date of publication, something that is rarely determined by the specialists. That can be seen as particularly true with regard to Phil's major report, which has already been mentioned, on the Iron Age and Roman pottery from Burnby Lane, Hayton. But yes, top right, which was completed in 2003 as part of the English Heritage funded project, training project, which has already been discussed, and only appeared in print in 2014, incorporating contributions from Jerry K. Hartley and Steve Willis. I should point out, particularly as one of the lead authors in the audience, that was no fault of the volume editors, but rather a reflection of Burnby Lane being one element of a complex series of projects that included fieldwork through to at least 2007. For Burnby Lane, Phil identifies similarities with a site at Halling Road, Market Wheaton in the early Roman period, where the supply of Iron Age traditional Celtic gritted wares linked to the walls was disrupted and local handmade fabrics come to dominate. Something, an observation made by Jerry with regard to Halling Road. With Burnby Lane presenting a more rural profile than roadside locations, which the next slide is will actually also illustrate, but this is the line of Roman Road, Burnby Lane, note that distance there. More rural profile than roadside locations, notably an overrepresentation of amphora and mortaria, and reflecting a difference again observed by Jerry in relation to Halling Road and sites on Roman Road at Shiptonthorpe. We seem to be disappearing off the top of the screen. So we've got Hayton, Shiptonthorpe, Halling Road. That's the Roman Road is running through here, and Halling Road. Okay, lost my. Burnby Lane is only, which you'll recall from a previous slide, is only 500 metres or so from a Roman road, and Halling Road is only about 700 metres. But those limited differences are enough to seemingly influence the pottery supply. Phil and Jerry reported on a small assemblage of pottery from Mapp's Jack Berry House site, located northeast of the fort in Moulton, with Gladys and Kay reporting on the same and a mortaria stamp. This is, state the obvious, Moulton Fort. The Jack Berry House site is out here. Sorry. Despite its size, despite the small size of the assemblage, it has contributed significantly to our understanding of that part of Roman Moulton. Antiquarian finds from Old Moulton, up here, so you can see this is a village of Old Moulton. The view is obviously the other way to the plan. Antiquarian finds from Old Moulton point to possibly significant occupation there to a northeast of Jack Berry House. And a watching brief by Mapp at the new rugby club site. Here, this is the Jack Berry House site here, this is a rugby club. And this is the watching brief, God help them. Demonstrated ribbon development along the Roman road towards the fort. That, fortunately, on that site, the second and third century Roman buildings were in the area of proposed rugby pitches, so the pitches were raised and the buildings pretty well preserved, we hope, as seen there. The Jack Berry House site produced evidence of a first century marching camp, and while the excavation did not take in a Roman road, which lies on the other side of the hedge line, later use appears to be as part of a field system with a pottery assemblage not being suggestive of domestic occupation nearby. So we have the new rugby club here. We have, well, Jack Berry House in this area. We have a Roman road running through. We have Roman occupation here. We have a parents' field, the temporary camp and parent field system in here, separating off the occupation in Old Moulton from the main part of the complex at Roman Moulton. The next project is located across the River Derwent, opposite Moulton in Norton, at a site at Wood Street. It's the heart of a settlement in Norton, close to the crossings to Moulton and the fort. I think I may have got slides out of order. No, I haven't. Sorry. Yes. So this is the Wood Street site. River crossings here. We think there are secondary crossings further along, but we're actually looking at what is, if you like, the civilian core of Roman Moulton Norton, which I think you have to regard as one site. For the Wood Street report, Phil covered Varroa pottery, CBM, and a small assemblage of stone roofing material, fired clay, along with 5 fragments of lava quern, with contributions by Gladys and Kay on Samian and Mortarian. What a fairly small site. This is this trench here, viewed there. The areas were very small, constrained in a single building plot. What was a fairly small site produced just short of 4,000 sherds of pottery that provided additional evidence for material originating from Malton, where Roman period kilns are believed to exist but are still to be found, rather than from the better known and later Norton industry. Similarly, Phil recognised an early CBM fabric that may originate on the Malton side of the river, as well as distinguishing intra-site distributions. Given a lack of evidence for demolished roofs, he suggests the material being brought in for reuse in phase 1 in the 1st to 2nd century, with brick and tile and tegel have been selected for use as hardcore. He notes a greater proportion of imbrices in the 3rd century, but not enough, he suggests, to actually demonstrate tile roofs, and suggests they may well have been used to construct drains, similar to those illustrated by Peter earlier on. In 2017, Phil and Jerry contributed to the pottery report and Phil the CBM report to a publication at Thwing by Martin and colleagues. The site included a small villa-style house that evolved from a basic hall type to a wing corridor plan, albeit within the footprint of a hall type structure. Martin, in his discussion, suggests that on one hand, the landscape evidence, supported by the pottery evidence at Thwing, implies a population of the, quote, middling sort, living as a relatively isolated community far from centres of activity, and, on the other hand, a surprising level of networking, particularly in the later periods of the site. While the report draws on a wide range of material, including exotica, such as a fragment of Parian marble, and Phil and Jerry's work lays essential foundations for discussion of links with the wider Roman world. Despite the limited size of the assemblage and the dominance pottery assemblage and dominance of gritted fabrics throughout the life of the site, the certainty which with pottery and CBM can be tied to their production sites provides crucial data with respect to a basis of external contacts. The phases that see development of and subsequent modifications to a stone building in the 3rd and early 4th century, not surprisingly, produce most pottery. Phase 3B, a time of modifications and rebuilding, produced 7 different Roman period ware types, a number not equalled in any other period, and something to demonstrate greater engagement with a wider region, and on the back of that, the wider Roman world. Phil's analysis of the CBM underpins this. He identifies a dominant tile fabric, which provides 97% of the assemblage, as being products of the Cranbrook kilns. This suggests that Malton, some 25 kilometres to the west, may have been a key node in Thwing's site access to non-local material. Despite the suggestion of a nearby putative lost port some 10 to 12 kilometres away near Bridlington. Turning to Eastfield, while the reports on the CBM and fired clay will be produced by Alex Kroom and the pottery by Jerry, they will be building on foundations laid by Phil. Those foundations are provided by the volume of material Phil handled and reported on previous sites. One point made by Phil about the Eastfield CBM assemblage immediately came to mind when I started thinking about what I could say today. The material was all in fabrics consistent with having an origin in industries associated with Malton. The Eastfield site is located on the outskirts of modern Scarborough. Just use this because the roads stand out well. We have Scarborough here, Eastfield is down here. It's in the area of those 2 symbols there. One of which is probably the Eastfield site. I can't quite remember when Mike Hakin produced this drawing, this figure. While obviously Alex will need to form a view on Phil's statement, it does raise questions that go beyond attempts to understand the Eastfield site, which in themselves are challenging enough. There are limited records of Roman discoveries in Scarborough, albeit enough to allow Trevor Pearson in 2000 to suggest the possibility of a Roman period settlement originating well before the well-known coastal fortlet or signal station, dating to the last decades of the 4th century. If Trevor is correct and there is a more extensive Roman period settlement under Scarborough town, Phil's recognition that the Eastfield CBM came from Moulton, some 30 plus kilometres away, poses an obvious question of why. It's not as if the Scarborough area does not have clays suitable for ceramic production on a significant scale, as is demonstrated in the medieval period by the 12th to 14th century Scarborough ware industry. Indeed, the Eastfield site itself produced a pottery kiln which was cut into the side of a ditch that evidences small-scale production of napkin-related jars in the 3rd century. There are fundamental issues in terms of developing an understanding of the Eastfield site. Phil's assessment of the pottery, as updated by Jerry, identifies issues that require work to resolve. While there is limited evidence for high-status late Iron Age occupation in the area of later Roman buildings, which we had little chance to explore, given the decision by Historic England to schedule the buildings, we weren't allowed to dig anymore in that area. On the basis of the excavated features, the site appears to present a fairly basic rural site, similar to the eastern part of the development area. Prior to excavation, MAP had worked at Eastfield on and off from 2009, particularly in this area. It's a rolling housing development on both sides of this little valley. But there's a ladder-type settlement here, which extends through most of the Roman period, originating in the later Iron Age. There's a background of prehistoric material. And this is obviously far more intensively occupied, but the geophysics didn't actually identify the Roman buildings, nor did the 108 trial trenches, which dug over this area, not the stone-built Roman buildings anyway, but suggested a complex farmstead, small rural settlement, but it's those busy geophysics obviously suggesting more intensive occupation on this side of the valley. The site develops the walled enclosure, which I pointed out earlier, and in the 3rd century, a structure best paralleled as a villa house with attached bath suite is built. This is the we did this actually for the planners, but but it's quite useful. But it's this yellow building here, which looks like a corridor villa or perhaps a wing corridor villa with a bath suite being added on the side. But one of the problems is the villa house and the bath suite were never finished. The baths never had floors inserted or hypercourse floors or flues inserted, although there was occupation of the buildings, seemingly on the subfloor. Similarly, that room there is a presumably opening for what would have been hypercourse furnace for hypercourse heating that room. Again, never built. This is all very strange, and we don't understand it as yet. The pottery assessment suggests this villa-type house coincides with an increase in pottery supply and possibly feasting-related deposition. The assessment of the roofing tile suggests that this building activity commenced prior to the mid-3rd century. The yellow villa-type house was levelled and effectively taken out of the landscape by the mid-4th century, prior to the construction of the latest building. These buildings shown in brown here. The understanding of this structure to date is as limited as the plan is unique. Similar plan elements can be identified embedded in the private quarters of major villas across the western provinces. And there's a detached garden building at I can't say this, Abdica Villa in Portugal, which also bears some similarities. Slight problem there is the Abdica one has a nice open central garden. I don't think an open central garden in Yorkshire is going to work too well, particularly as there's no drainage. But anyway, that's various interpretive ideas have been floated for that building. Some have sunk without trace, such as it being a villa maritima, not least because it's 2 kilometres from the coast. Others include seasonal occupation and or a religious or ritual role. That's still a potential possibility. That being suggested in large part by the presence of a substantial number of brethrens, and which seem incongruous for anything what might be, quote, a conventional villa. Phil's work on the pottery in CBM, as updated by Jerry and Alex, will be crucial, developing understanding of Eastfield. But as Phil would have been the first to say, only in the context of the site and the assemblages as a whole. I say that with one eye on the debt we owe to Phil, not just for his work on Rome in Yorkshire, but also more widely. However, having deliberately focused on the pottery and CBM with respect to Eastfield, I need to state the obvious and acknowledge that Mapp and I recognise that all of the data sets from the site will be crucial in trying to understand it, because not least because another of the project specialists is on today's panel, and others may be in the audience or online. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pete. That really gives emphasis to the depth and breadth of Phil's contribution in a particular part of Roman Britain, but as we've seen today, his contribution goes much further than that.
Absolutely, thank you, Martin. And now, just to continue this rather silly game, for our final paper today, can I introduce Martin Millett, who's going to be talking to us about patterns of deposition at Aldborough. Is there in Binghamton?
And beyond. When I started to put this together, I decided that I'm just going to broaden it out a bit. Phil, as we've just heard from Pete, contributed widely to projects that I've been involved with in Yorkshire for many years. I was first introduced to Phil by Jerry when we obtained money from English Heritage for a training post, which was actually a cover for writing up the Hayton ceramics. But we won't go into the institutional history of that. Jerry at the time said, there's one person for this, clearly worked together in Beirut and elsewhere. And as so often, Jerry's advice was absolutely spot on. Phil was not only a fantastic specialist in working with the material that we had excavated, but he was also a thoughtful person, and I mean thoughtful both in the sense as a human being and as a thinking archaeologist, and that's how I remember and appreciate him. What I want to do today is to sort of honour his memory by talking a little bit about a project or an aspect of research which, as I learned from Ulla this morning, started more or less at the time that Phil was starting his first excavation. But I'll come to that in a moment. You've been looking at a picture of the excavations at Aldborough in 2023 with the title on it. There are two things that might be odd about an excavation. You look at excavations all the time. First is that we're not just untidy. We dump spoil by individual context and label them. so that when we metal detect the spoil, we know precisely where the things are coming from. And at the same time, as well as the normal paraphernalia of the excavating archaeologist, they have a record card in their finds tray, and they record the number of buckets of soil that are excavated. So we've been doing this on a variety of sites, going back to the 1980s. Steve in the third row there suffered this at Shipton Thorpe when it was first introduced in the 1986 season. We've then done it at Hayton, at Thwing, and at Aldborough, collecting, counting buckets and therefore estimating the volume of soil. It's rough and ready. It's not going to be precise, but it gives us a very easy way of knowing roughly how much soil has been found, been moved, and therefore the density of finds, because we've also systematically recorded quantities of material, not just pottery at CBM, but anything you can count. And the advantage of this, it set out to do this as a result of a row with John Bintliff. So you can blame many things on John Bintliff, but we had a row about the extent to which ceramics in circulation varied through time. He assumed that everyone uses ceramics in the same way, and therefore by counting ceramics you can count people. Anyone who's ever dug anything knows that that is patently not true, but it's very difficult to demonstrate it. So the counting buckets and quantifying things was, let's prove this. It's taken since 1985 to get anywhere with it, because you need material not only from individual sites, and we have material from individual sites, but you also need to look at the depositional characteristics and so forth. And what I wanted to just share with you today in sort of tribute to Phil is the first results of having pulled this together. I finished a proper analysis last weekend, and there are some surprises, I think. I had assumed we're just taking overall site total volumes, total ceramics. I had assumed that Aldborough, as an urban site, would have significantly more pottery per unit volume than the other types of site. As we get on the left-hand diagram here, Shipton Thorpe, roadside settlement, Aldborough are not that different. Hayton, which a villa in inverted commas, as opposed to an ordinary, lesser middling sort Roman site, you've got lesser volumes of pottery coming through. In terms of animal bone deposition, Aldborough stands out massively. I probably should have known that from the sort of 50 crates of animal bones that we've excavated over the last 5 years. But the other sites are significantly less and not clearly differentiated for any particular reason. Try that. Nails, and anyone who's dug for me knows that nails are a real pain because I make people record them. Aldborough comes out very, very different, and we'll come back to that in a moment. The amount of metal being deposited on the other sites is more or less much for muchness. Coins, Kevin, I hope fits in with what you'd expect. We've got a much more coin deposition along the roadsides than on the rural sites. We could demonstrate this. And in work we published before on Shiptonthorpe, it's also interesting that the types of deposits where coins are found varies by deposit type. So it's not just a random loss, if I can put it that way. So those are, 40 years on, you can say that different types of site have different use of materials. The other thing that I think is pretty obvious to anyone who's excavated is that you're getting more material culture in the Roman deposits than in the Iron Age. That I'm slightly worried about the Iron Age figures here because only 2 of my sites have got Iron Age deposits on them, and Hayton is one where there is a surprisingly large amount of Iron Age material. I'm not sure that's typical, whereas at Thwing I didn't do the graph because there's so little Iron Age material and such a small volume of Iron Age excavated volume that it doesn't work. But again, the nails sort of thing, they're there in the Iron Age, but they're increasing, not increasing perhaps as much as I had anticipated. But this is sort of very high level. If you want to go down to a very detailed level in a long sequence, which we've got at Aldborough, unfortunately you can't see the detail of this on the screen. We've got a very long sequence that runs from the around about AD 70 to 80 through to the 5th, probably the 6th century. What we've done, is what I completed last weekend, is looking at pottery, glass, CBM, stone building tile, bone, nails, iron slag and coins through the sequence. You get a very confusing matrix of information. What is clear from that, and I've highlighted the figures that come above the mean values, is that, again, if you've dug, everyone knows this, but demonstrating it, different types of context, different deposits, types, have different concentrations of material. And I think one of the key things with this, and knowing Phil's interest in the process of deposition, taphonomy and so forth, is that these data now give us a way of characterising particular deposits. Are they all high on pottery and bone and so forth, or are there variations? And that feeds in, and the reason I'm doing this is to feed into the interpretation of the site. It gives us a much richer database for understanding that. If you simplify it and look at just a simplified chronology without the subphases and the densities of pottery through time, you get a graph that's not that dissimilar to the one that Jerry showed us earlier. Say with the dip in the early 3rd century, peak earlier. What's clear at Aldborough is that the densities of material are increasing through time. Now, that's partly residuality, but it's partly also nature of deposits. And another way of looking at this is to pick out the phases in the sequence where we had thought that there was dumping, middening and levelling. And going back to conversations a long time ago with Jerry about the ratio between animal bone and pottery, yes. That you get an interesting pattern here that in our midden deposits we've got very high volumes of animal bone and very high volumes of pottery as well. Interestingly, when you get to the very latest deposits, the volume of pottery is lower than in other midden deposits, which I think, again, if you listen to Jerry for a long time, you get to prove him right. But there's, this is simplified, this is just binary material. We've got a very much richer thing because we've got the other artifact categories in there. And it's late in the afternoon and you don't want to be bored by loads of graphs, so I've just got a couple more to help you think. The first is industrial activity. The big excavation at Aldborough included a massive ironworking complex, and I've highlighted the phases of blacksmithing here. When I say massive, we're from a tiny area that we went down. We have, I think, 165 smithing hearth bases, and there is an accumulation of about 0.5 metre of fine, sort of refined slag and coal dust, because they're using coal in production here. So it's massive scale. The interesting thing in relation to that, and this is, 101 taphonomy, is that there's only one big iron slag deposit in that, in terms of density of slag per unit. If you're working a smithy, you're not going to be wading around in iron slag, you're moving it away. And so the densities of iron slag, except for this one pit that's filled with stuff that messes up the 4A phasing, is increasing a bit through time, presumably through residuality. For the most part, iron slag is not being found in the deposits where we can see the iron working. And interestingly, the iron nail losses are again, they're reasonably high in the blacksmithing deposits, though not that high, but they are much higher in the later deposits, which are largely associated with timber and then stone buildings. So going from the different types of site and different things through time are showing increases and decreases in volumes of material culture deposition. Once we get into the detail of the stratigraphy and actually looking at the context of these things, this provides a really rich way of helping us understand what people are doing on the sites, the processes and so forth. And the final slide I wanted to use was to go back to Phil's particular contribution both to Aldborough and the Thwing project, which is to look at the ceramic building material that he reported on for us. And here there are some really interesting comparisons. We've got the two sites, the middling sort rural site, Aldborough. We've got the CBM and the stone roofing tiles data for both. And at Thwing, we concluded that they were using the stone roofing tile and the red ceramic building material differentially on roofs. And it's a fantastic site. It's on the edge slope of the Wolds. It was built in bright white, high quality chalk walling. So you can imagine it with the red tile on the front and the stone tile where you can't see it on the back, because it's making a visual statement. It's something that Phil sort of drew our attention to. But if you look at the scale down here, for the technical nerds, in all of these I've been doing fragments or sherds per unit volume. I've got weight information, but weight would be better for CBM. But look at the difference. At Thwing, our highest sorts of values are between 1,500 and 2,000 fragments per cubic metre, whereas at Aldborough, our highest are between 20 and 25 per cubic metre. This is a rural site that is getting its roofing in the 3rd century and is carrying on through. But when it falls down, no one is taking stuff away, at least not on any grand scale. So this is essentially collapse, abandonment away from anywhere. This is a site where the evidence that we published last week about industry shows that there is activity going on here on a big scale to the middle of the 6th century. And what we're seeing is just the tiny dregs of the evidence of the stuff that hasn't been recycled running through the sequence. Again, the chronological patterns work that in broad terms, the roofing material is coming in, not stone, I suppose, from CBM is coming at roughly the same time, but it's continuing through the sequence later. So at the end of a very busy and worthwhile day, I hope that work that was something that has been contributed to in no small measure by Phil gives you an idea of the potential of this type of approach to dealing with material on archaeological sites. I've said many times before I would be delighted if other people would do this, but for some reason most people don't seem to want to count buckets. I hope this gives you a taste of the reason why it might just be worth doing some more. Thank you very much indeed.
Well, thank you, Martin, for interesting paper. I've heard some of it before, but sort of seeing the results is actually really impressive. At this point, I don't know, do you think we have any time for questions or discussion, Jerry? Or
Yeah, you have plenty of time.
Okay, well, I didn't know whether we were going to be kicked out at 5:30 or something. Okay, are there any questions or comments that people wish to make? Yes.
Yes, going back to the very first thing this three we've just had, I've got two observations. One is your violence and fire, which seems to me to be a direct, or pretty direct translation of Pharaoh Edique, occurs in a lot